the stupid question. In Coming to America, we found out that Frank Sinatra knew how old Joe Louis really was. And how old was Joe? That's the question.
That was a great boxer.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. I'm going to go to Ed. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Morning.
All right, Ed, how old did Frank Sinatra think that Joe Louis really was?
Joe Louis, 137 years old.
137 years old. That's right. Hang on a second. Well done. All right, Ed. We got a $50 Metro Dining card, Metro Diner Dining card. You can kick mealtime traditions to the curb this year and enjoy new hearty dishes like the Carnitas Scramble Bowl and the Metro Cristo, which is a sandwich stacked between two jelly-filled donuts topped with powdered sugar. Visit
jelly donut.
MetroDiner.com.
If you're looking to lose a little bit of weight,
there you go.
That's
Here's
what you want to do.
Get the Metro Cristo.
That's what you want to live off.
All right, so we'll ease into this because I got some pretty heavy stories this morning. But Ryan Seacrest announced he's leaving live with Kelly and Ryan.
I was shocked when I heard that.
Yep, after hosting the show with Kelly Ripa since 2017. Ripa's husband, Mark Consuelos, will replace him on the show.
I like Mark Consuelos.
But permanently, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so they're not going to do another search for a co-host, from what I understand.
Consuelos is it.
Because Mark has been, over the years, he has sort of been the go-to fill-in. They've had other people, but, he's there a lot. And so yesterday I was talking to a friend, and she was like, oh, God, I hope here we go again. I hope we don't go back to Mark. And I said, no, I think they announced that he's the permanent replacement. And that's
He
it.
is, and Ryan Seacrest will be the fill-in.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so he wrote on Instagram, I'm going to miss my work wife and all the laughter that we share. When I signed on to host live in 2017, it was meant to be for 3 years, but I loved the job and working with Kelly so much that I extended my time, and last year I made the decision to stay on for one more final season.
So we can probably talk about this, later or next week or whatever, but working with your husband or wife. And
Yes. Yeah.
So you live together, and now you go to work together.
Yeah.
And now you get divorced.
Kathy, I would work with Joy. She'd sometimes fill in when I was doing
right.
it. That's right, Joy Philbin.
Yeah, but a full-time position?
Oh, it's a goddamn nightmare.
Yeah, we will see about that.
There were days I just wanted to haul off a clocker. Literally punch her teeth out. And it really wasn't what I felt like. But, the stress of putting on a show.
Ryan,
I'm preparing for a Carrot Top interview, and she's in my ear.
Ryan added that he'll be transitioning out of the role in the spring as he goes on to shoot the 21st season of American Idol in Los Angeles. He's going to continue his radio show, Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve, and he'll plan to open 3 more Ryan Seacrest Foundation studios in pediatric hospitals across the U.S.
He's going to continue to be awesome and have tons of money and just not be on that show.
Well, what was happening is, when you had both Idol and this show on simultaneously, he was flying back and forth, and it's too much.
I do love Mark, though. I hope he does well.
Ripa praised Ryan after his announcement on the show. She said the greatest part of this experience has been that you've gone from being a friend to a family member. You are family to us. And she later shared photos of herself and Consuelos and Seacrest on her Instagram as well. We have a little bit of that announcement?
Yes.
All right, let's roll this out. Here we go. Hold on.
Kelly and I have some news here. This is something that she and I have been talking about for a long time. It was a tough decision. I made the decision to make this my last season as co-host with Kel here on Live with Kelly and Ryan. What I plan to do is once American Idol starts from Los Angeles live later in the spring, I'll head out to the West Coast and host that show from Los Angeles. And you're not getting rid of me because, Gelman, I'm coming back to guest host and fill in.
Gelman's still there.
God, that Gelman's been there forever. I'll tell you what, I wanted to punch his face off.
Him too?
Him and Joy. In fact, I would use Joy's dead body to beat him to death.
Wow. Do you ever think about anger management?
I had issues. I definitely had issues.
Okay, all right. All right, well, this was really sad to see this morning. Bruce Willis has been diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia. His daughter, Rumor Willis, shared the family's statement on her Instagram on Thursday, which read, since we announced Bruce's diagnosis of aphasia in spring of 2022, Bruce's condition has progressed, and we now have a more specific diagnosis, frontotemporal dementia, known as FTD. Unfortunately, challenges with communication are just one symptom of the disease that Bruce faces. While this is painful, it is a relief to finally have a clear diagnosis. The statement continued saying, today there are no treatments for the disease. a reality that we hope can change in the years ahead. As Bruce's condition advances, we hope that any media attention can be focused on shining a light on this disease. It needs far more awareness and research.
So that's why you had this accelerated push, and he seemed to be in every other movie. And then I was looking at pictures that they had isolated where he had an earpiece.
Right.
So they would feed him lines from off camera.
Sure.
Yeah.
I was reading up a little bit on frontotemporal dementia because, there are several different things that are like this. And essentially, it's the brain is shrinking. That frontal lobe is shrinking, and that's where your personality is.
Yes, and there's all sorts of difficulties that will be.
Well, some of the symptoms are like inappropriate social behavior. Forgetting things, unable to come up with words, and not being able to read. I mean, like flat out not being able to communicate, but also acting inappropriately. And there's nothing. It's not their fault.
No.
It just is.
Do we know, is this disease, does it normally come on for younger people?
Yes.
Okay.
It does. This particular one, this is not Alzheimer's. It's completely different. Sometimes it can be misdiagnosed, but this can start in the 40s and up to 60s.
Jeez.
So it's a little bit different than an age-related dementia. On a personal note, my mom has been diagnosed with dementia recently, and it's been very difficult and very strange.
This type?
No, but I am seeing a person that I've known my entire life act completely different.
Yes.
And inappropriate and just way off the mark. And it's for this family, it's got to be. It's incredibly hard.
These kind of go ahead.
No, I was going to say I've told you guys this before, but my grandmother suffered from dementia, Alzheimer's. She had a brain injury, and
she thought your mom was Robert Redford.
She thought my mom was Don Johnson and Robert Redford. Yeah. But that's what I would say to you, Preston. Is it's terribly sad, and the only way that you can get through it, especially when there's a caretaker, because my mom and my aunt, took care of my grandmother. She didn't go anywhere out to a facility. She stayed in our homes, and like the only way that everyone could get through it was to like kind of see the
humor
in it that she was calling my mom Robert Redford. You'd had to laugh about it, otherwise it would kill everybody.
And listen, there are other forms of it. Sometimes people get they get angry and sad. I mean, there's not just this forgetfulness. There's a decided, like, I had to take a call from the police yesterday. Okay, so that's,
really?
Yeah. So,
well, and it's confusing for them. That's why they get that anger and all of that stuff too, because they're confused, and you have to feel for them because of that.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. There's a family friend who actually is the other way, Preston. Life is every day. Not quite sure what's going on, but everything is fantastic. And it's when you meet her and you see her. Oh, who are you?
Boy, if you're going to get it, you can only hope to be that lucky.
Right.
The statement continued saying, today there are no treatments. Well, I already read that part. Listen to me. The 67-year-old actor's family announced his retirement from acting in March of 2022 after being diagnosed with aphasia. That, of course, can affect a person's ability to speak, write, and understand language. So that's horrible to hear.
In a bizarre way, why this really stings so much, and it sounds very surfacey, but this is John McClane. This is this is the action hero. This is the resourceful guy. Yeah. And even though that's just a screen image, it's still
it's a part of that. It's who we it's what we relate to.
Right.
Yeah. Jack Nicholson's illegitimate daughter says her father has no interest in having a relationship with her. Tessa Gorin told the Daily Beast on Wednesday, my mom wanted me to have a relationship with him, but he said he wasn't interested.
That's not cool.
The 28-year-old was raised on Manhattan's Upper East Side, attended private schools, purportedly paid for by her famous father. She told the outlet, I was dealt a really crappy random card, but I'm not going to let that destroy me. In fact, I'm going to use it to fuel me. By the way, I think he has 4 kids from 4 different women or something like that.
It's possible. I've seen him at the various Lakers games with what are attributed as his children.
I just looked it up. He has apparently 6 legitimate children. And then he was only married once, but he was with Angelica Houston for a long time. Then Rebecca Broussard. And then I'd forgotten about this one. But late 90s, early 2000s, he had a serious relationship with Laura Flynn Boyle.
That's right.
And they were together for 5+ years.
They didn't have a kid?
They did not, no.
Okay.
But I think it's multiple women and children. So, yes.
No. Oh.
That's him. He's picking out the wives.
Yeah. I thought it was the kid saying, okay, that's my kid.
Yes.
You're right.
My kid.
Yes.
The aspiring actress
I love you, Daddy.
is now pursuing a career in the film industry.
Thank you.
She revealed.
I would love to meet. I would wonder. Well, he has no interaction with at least this daughter, but I wonder if the other kids bear some of the Jackisms. You know, like there's audio. There's audio we have of Paul Rudd with his son.
Yeah.
After the Super Bowl, they're big Chiefs fans, and the son sounds like Paul Rudd.
Oh yeah. I've here's a clip of one of his daughters. Actually, we had this speaking. This is it.
Goddamn right I did!
She sounds just like her father.
Just like her. So she is going to pursue a career in the film industry. She said, I was afraid that people would think I was tacky or I was riding off his coattails, but this person doesn't want me in his life. So how would you use that to your benefit?
So isn't that what they call the Nepo baby?
Yeah. Did you want to play a little bit of the Paul
If you
Rudd
want to
thing?
hear it, yeah.
So here we go. This is him being interviewed at the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl on Fox. We interviewed both of you guys, Paul and Jack Rudd. Paul, another Super Bowl champion.
I can't believe it. That was such a great game, and wow, it all just feels so overwhelming.
Jack, how's it feel?
I just want to thank Patrick Mahomes for existing, for putting in all the work, so we can just all enjoy his greatness every week. And I'm so lucky that I'm alive to watch this. I cannot believe he's a real person. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I just can't believe he's a real person.
It's pretty wild.
A little bit, yeah. So Nick mentioned this or had this in sports earlier as he writes to sports. Tim McCarver, the All-Star catcher and Hall of Fame broadcaster, who during 60 years in baseball won 2 World Series titles with the St. Louis Cardinals and had a long run as one of the country's most recognizable, incisive, and talkative television commentators, passed away on Thursday. He was 81.
I always liked him.
Me too.
Seemed like a class act.
Yep, and he was just great at his job.
Yeah.
He really told the story.
Yes.
And he offered a lot of insider info for people who are not in the world of baseball and to bring you into what players are seeing, what they're experiencing, what it's all about. I always thought he explained that stuff really, really well.
Little known fact, this pitcher is impotent.
Wait, what?
He had the inside info. So his death was announced by Baseball's Hall of Fame, which said he passed away Thursday morning in Memphis, Tennessee, where he was with his family when he died.
It's remarkable to me that he played in 4 different decades. He played in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, and then continued in baseball. I mean, he was in baseball for something like 8 decades of his life, which is just insane. And I sent over some audio. I don't know if we have it or not of him laughing at a Phil's game. This is back in 1993, and it's a pretty funny scene.
Yeah. So you need to describe what's going on.
So
here.
the Phils were playing the Braves, and the Phillies were this ragtag bunch of dudes. Were a bunch of dirtballs and mullets and John Kruk and Lenny Dykstra. And the Braves were this classy organization, and so it was juxtaposed the two teams. So in an attempt to make the Phillies look a little bit classier, they were playing at the Vet. This is in the NLCS against the Braves. They brought in the conductor from the Delaware Symphony Orchestra, and he had this baton, and he's wearing a tuxedo. And if you guys remember at the Vet, there was the upstairs, and then there was the downstairs, and in between there was a level of like press boxes and luxury boxes. So they had this conductor in one of the luxury boxes, and he has this tux and baton that he's waving around, and the baton goes up over his head at one point. And in the 500 section, there was a Phil's fan reached down and grabbed the baton from the conductor.
Seriously?
Yeah, so Sean McDonough was doing the play-by-play, and Tim McCarver was the color commentator.
All right, this is
There's been so much talk in this series about the Phillies and their unkempt style, so they brought in Steven Gunzenhauser. Also, they music director.
all right then it gets taken away, and you start hearing McCarver
loses
laughing.
it.
Yeah.
Of the Delaware Symphony to lend a little class and dignity to the proceedings. And what happens? They stole his baton as he was conducting the 7th inning stretch rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. So much for proving the point about the dignified nature of the assembled throng and the Phillies themselves.
So he's just cracking up during that.
That's
clip.
a long baton, man.
Yeah.
I guess for stadiums.
They wanted everybody to see it. So
Well, Carver knew the city well, too, and Barkan had a relationship with him. It's a sad loss.
yeah, 81 years old. So sad to hear about that. Let's see a couple other quick things. Peter Dinklage is reconsidering his future. The Game of Thrones star recently spoke at a press conference for the Berlin Film Festival where he said I'm 53, and I wonder if I want to be an actor for the next 30 years. It's a fork in the road. It's a common story when you hit 50. There's a fork in the road, and you either wait for inspiration or you seek it out, and I intend to keep seeking it out.
Has he ever directed?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Not that I know of, Steve, but maybe that would be a good position for him. We'll see. Arnold Schwarzenegger's pals reportedly want him to quit driving. Sources tell Radar that the friends want the 75-year-old action star to quit while he's still ahead. Arnold has been in 2 car accidents in the last 2 months. Most recent involving a female cyclist who swerved into his lane. That wasn't his fault.
Well, no, yes.
The insider added he's still recovering from major heart surgery and needs to consider the overall risks that he is taking. So that's what his friends supposedly
They're concerned about Arnold.
Uh-huh. All right, I thought this is pretty cool. Our buddy, our friend, Justin Guarini, will star in Once Upon a One More Time, which is the upcoming Britney Spears jukebox musical hitting Broadway this spring.
That's pretty cool.
The show will tell the story of just what happens when classic fairy tale characters like Cinderella, The Little Mermaid, and Snow White come across a new kind of storybook called The Feminine Mystique. Told through the litany of Spears hits like Baby One More Time and Womanizer and all those songs. The show is set to raise its curtain at the Marquee Theater for previews on May 13th, with opening night slated for June 22nd. Joining Guarini's Prince Charming will be Briga Heelan, as Cinderella, and Aisha Jackson as Snow White. Somewhat curiously, though, Once Upon a One More Time will be the second musical on Broadway currently using Spears' discography following the runaway success of Romeo and Juliet, or I think it's just called And Juliet, a modern retelling of the story of Romeo and Juliet through the lens of Max Martin's music. And that show contains the likes of Baby One More Time, I'm Not a Girl, Not Yet a Woman, Overprotective, Oops, I Did It Again, and a few others.
You got to figure the amount of work going into this thing, to a show from the ground up. I mean, he Justin can definitely do it, but there's a ton of work involved with these things.
Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Evangeline Lilly once turned down Hugh Jackman's offer to join the X-Men. The Ant-Man and the Wasp star had said recently that he approached her on behalf of producers while they were working together on the 2011 film Real Steel. And she said, I was like, no, it doesn't really interest me. I'm not interested. And I was like, I feel like such a dick because I'm talking to an X-Man, the X-Man, and telling him, no, that doesn't appeal. Like, what? And I felt so rude for that.
I'm sorry, which part do you think she would have been?
I don't know.
No idea. Yeah.
No idea.
A number of roles she could have gone after.
Yep. Johnny Knoxville is not happy about the show Reboot's cancellation.
Oh, really?
At Hulu. Yeah, they've canceled it.
I like that show.
I hear it's moving over to Netflix, possibly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I only watched a couple episodes. I enjoyed it. The one kid he was the child star.
Yeah.
He was in Austin and Alley.
Yeah. I
forget his name, but I always dug him. I thought he was really
That's
fun.
from the Modern Family folks.
It is, yeah. It's a terrific show.
The Jackass star told Vulture, hopefully I'm not coming off as angry or sad. I'm so appreciative of all that's happened, but of course, I'm a little pissed at the way it ended. So you've heard rumors that it might head over to
That's
Netflix?
what I've heard, yeah, that it's going to be saved. But you never know.
Yep.
You know Hollywood. That's where we left that world, Preston.
And then finally, Mark Maron told the Happy Sad Confused podcast that he had a ridiculous audition for Avatar Way of the Water. He admitted that he had nothing invested in the role before adding, why the F would I want that job? He said, dude, I don't even remember the first one. Did he end up in that movie?
I don't know. I didn't hear that he was in it.
I haven't seen it, so I do not know.
And would you recognize him if he was?
Well, I mean, they do have humans in it as well, but I don't recall seeing him.
By the way, Marissa grabbed a clip from the Mark Maron WTF podcast with our buddy Mark Summers where they apparently mention us.
Ooh.
And I've not heard this
No,
yet.
neither have I.
So let's play a little clip of that. Here we go.
Now, you live in Philly?
No, I live in Montecito.
Okay, so you're out of Philly.
I'm out of Philly. Moved out of there about 5 years ago. And so...
you used to do Preston and Steve?
I still do it.
See, I love those guys.
They're the best morning team ever.
Totally.
Ever.
Totally.
I've been doing that show as a regular 12, 14
Yeah, it's so fun to do a real crew.
They know what they're doing.
Totally.
And here's the best part about that show, as opposed to every other morning team. They don't talk over each other at all. Okay.
Yeah, and they love the great thing about morning radio, because I actually had to I hosted some morning radio, is that all they want you to do is show up for work.
Yes,
man.
yes.
Like there's no worse when they have a comedian that's a dud.
Oh my God.
And so many of them are.
They just
because it's 6 a.m.
I know. I don't care if it's 3 a.m. I want to do it.
Yeah,
I wanna have fun.
I want to get into the energy, because if they're going, if you walk in at 7 o'clock to do a spot on a morning show, and you just feel like they're all looking at you like, we got a good thing going.
Yeah.
Are you gonna it up?
No,
yeah.
Well,
that's so
cool.
nice.
And Mark is the guy who brought it up. I thought, not Mark Summers, Mark Maron is the one who brought us up.
I thought it was going to be the other way around.
Me too.
I love to hear that. It's so kind. We get a lot of good feedback.
Yeah,
and then the problem is when they say stuff like that, you feel like you have to live up to it, and that requires a lot of work.
I started watching Maron's latest special. I think it's on HBO last night, and it's terrific. And it's remarkable to me that, because you mentioned that Avatar movie, and I don't think he's in it, but he was an actor in Reservation Dogs, which was a great show. He's a really good actor. He's an exemplary stand-up comedian, and his ability to tell stories is just really impressive.
All right, and then should we play this other clip?
Yeah, we have the other one. And you don't really have, because I listened to it yesterday, you don't have to go into the whole thing, because what ends up happening is Big J ends up telling a story that he's already told on our show a number of times.
All right, so Big J Okerson was on with our buddy Greg Fitzsimmons, Fitzdog, on his podcast, and they mention us. So I know I love Greg Fitzsimmons. Here we go.
Philly has my favorite radio show, Preston and Steve. And
those guys are class. I love those guys.
They are the best. They just they know how to run a conversation. That's how every radio interview should go.
Yeah. They were, their whole crew, like Kathy and Casey and those guys.
Yeah.
They're all
wow. Thanks a lot,
great people.
No, I'm sorry.
But not Nick. I'm on the fence about it.
Me and Big J have a thing.
Yeah.
Well, no. He mentions other people on the show.
Hang on a
Here he comes.
Yo,
Marissa, I've become friends with so many of them, and they
really?
they support.
Damn it.
I've gotten to tell all my favorite. They let me go on and yell at Mark Sanchez for getting me tickets.
All right, and then he tells the story.
And then Nick.
Oh, wait.
No, he
doesn't. I haven't heard those until just now. That was super duper nice.
Super kind, yeah.
Wow.
I remember when we had Fitzdog in here, and we had a woman walk on his back.
Oh yeah.
Because he created this false thing about how he's so much into feet and so on and so forth, and it was just a great segment. And the way
she started hurting his back, and he goes, and he says, I think you need to lay off the dim sum.
and she was as sweet as could be. Yeah.
Kathy, it occurs to me that you have something with Big J and
I know.
Fitzsimmons,
yes.
Greg Fitzsimmons. They both love you.
Yeah, so my thing with Big J is it's just that he reminds me of someone from my childhood that it's just like a very fond memory. And it's like, it's him.
That.
Like I stare at him when he talks. I'm like, I can't believe you look and sound and act, all his mannerisms. So that's where it started. I love Big J.
That's great.
God, I'm getting so moist.
Oh my God.
It's not like that.
All right, we have movies opening this weekend, and that's what I want to focus on now. So here we go. All right, we're going to start with Blood and Honey. It's a horror film starring Craig David Oswalt, Chris Cordell, and Amber Doig Thorne.
This is a cast of, obviously, international celebrities.
The days of adventures and merriment have come to an end as Christopher Robin, now a young man, has left Winnie the Pooh and Piglet to fend for themselves. As time passes, feeling angry and abandoned, the two become feral. After getting a taste for blood, Winnie the Pooh and Piglet set off to find a new source of food, and it's not long before their bloody rampage begins. Hour and 40 minutes long, rated R, in theaters today. Rotten Tomatoes score gives it a 9%.
Oh, no. Really?
You know what? I'm going to still see it.
I had high hopes.
Yeah, just on the fact that Winnie the Pooh and Piglet go feral cracks me up.
Also opening this weekend is a bunch of Marlowe opens. It's a mystery thriller starring Liam Neeson.
I want to see that Winnie the Pooh movie.
Jessica Lange and Diane Kruger. Private detective Philip Marlowe is hired to find the ex-lover of a glamorous heiress, the daughter of a well-known movie star. The disappearance is the first twist in a series of bewildering events, and soon Marlowe is embroiled in a deadly investigation.
I've got full-blown AIDS.
A web of lies that he's determined to bring to light.
And he's playing Marlowe with AIDS. That's wild.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
Running time's an hour and 50 minutes long. Rated R. In theaters today. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 25%.
I'm a freaking warlord. I've got full-blown AIDS.
Also opening this weekend is Devil's Peak. It's a mystery thriller with Billy Bob Thornton, Robin Wright, Jackie Earl Haley.
Ah, that's cool.
Deep in the Appalachian Mountains, Charlie controls his family and his meth-dealing business with his fists. When his young son Jacob meets the girl of his dreams, desperately wanting to escape the life he is expected to lead and freeing himself from the clutches of his cruel father and long-suffering mother, he is forced to go head-to-head with the terrifying man who will stop at nothing to ensure loyalty from all those around him.
Who is Charlie? Where is he?
It's an hour.
This is Charlie?
And 37 minutes long, rated R, limited theater release today. Rotten Tomatoes score a 43%.
We should marry that clip with actually Charlie Sheen.
And then finally, the big opener this weekend is Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania action adventure. Paul Rudd, Evangeline Lilly, and Jonathan Major star. Superhero partner Scott Lang and Hope Van Dyne return to continue their adventures as Ant-Man and the Wasp. Together with Hope's parents, Janet Van Dyne and Hank Pym, and Scott's daughter, Cassie Lang, the family finds themselves exploring the quantum realm, interacting with strange new creatures and embarking on an adventure that will push them beyond the limits of what they thought possible. Running time, 2 hours, 5 minutes long. Rated PG-13. Wide release today. Rotten Tomatoes score gives it only a 48%.
No, it is not a 49%.
Casey says it's better than that.
No, it's way better than that.
All right. We're now ready for clips. Let's get to them. This season of Naked and Afraid, 26 survivalists will attempt to take on some of the harshest conditions ever seen. And here, former contestant Danny Bowe talks about doing multiple excursions. Here we go.
Now that I've done it 3 times, especially after the challenge I just completed, I have a lot more confidence. I would never say, depending on the environment, I would say it's easier if I go back. I have all the experience I think I need.
Shut the f*** up!
Naked and Afraid Season 15 is airing tonight, 8 o'clock. That's on the Discovery Channel.
Have you ever watched any of those?
I have not. Any good?
Well, you got to put yourself in the situation, but I think if you see one episode, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's our next clip. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania follows the Avengers in yet another quest to restore peace to the multitude of universes. In this clip, Paul Rudd elaborates on what it's like being a part of such a pivotal film.
It's a bit surreal, in all honesty. You know, the MCU is such an enormous thing and has such a following globally. Just to be a part of it in any way, it can be overwhelming. And then to have now been able to do this a few times and over the course of several years, it never ceases to kind of blow my mind.
Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is in theaters now. All right, there you go. That's the very chunky entertainment report. We had a lot of stuff to get to, so got it to you, friends. Mission accomplished. We have a few things taking place today. We have some guests on the program, Noel Gallagher and Shirley Manson.
That's pretty cool.
They're going to be checking in with us. So they have a gig, both bands, Garbage and Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds, are going to be playing at the Man on July 14th. Tickets go on sale. 10 a.m. today, by the way, Ticketmaster.com. Comedian Ben Bailey is stopping by. Remember him from Cash Cab. He will be at Soul Joel's tonight at 7 o'clock. So we'll have that and more. And in fact, let's give you some beverages. I've got a case of Hop Horizon from Trogs right now. We'll take call number 16 at 215-263-WMMR, bursting with juicy waves of citrus, hints of bubble gum, and pop of tropical fruit. Hop Horizon is your shortcut to where the sky meets the Bines.
The Amanda Bynes, her family.
The sky meets the Bines. Okay.
That means the Vines?
We'll take caller number 16 at 215-263-WMMR. That's what it says.
That's where they meet the Bynes.
All right, we're going to...
You know the Bynes.
You know the Bynes. I used to live next to the Bynes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a break and come back in a moment. Stay with us. Caller 16, you win.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR. Video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across. It became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet. Yeah. And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had 3 before. He needs this 4th $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel, so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher,
Duplantis
living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a $54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Bucksco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Bucksco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you. Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was. Oh, that's Aronimink. No. Oh, Marion, sorry. That's the one you just said? Marion. No, the other one. Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bucksco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far. So I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So I will
ladies
go.
first is what we're going to do. So, Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? Geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker! I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what giggles whatever is, but
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh,
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year
He didn't.
Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county, man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
Well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep. I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God. What is
presidents.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat
And
backwards.
it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's like a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been. So have you been there? We should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly
All right.
where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe.
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
For how much? For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
It better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh my God! Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you want to do.
There's the box.
Round. And
It's a
then there's
rectangular
line.
shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go his WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. Before we get into this segment, I had a couple of shout-outs, actually.
Yeah, why not?
This one's just a nice email, and I want to mention this. It was Deanna, who lives in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. She said, I'm middle-aged and I recently suffered a collapsed lung.
Oh, that sucks.
Man. I needed surgery to repair it. And she said, I grew up in the Philly area. I've always listened to Philly radio. Now that I live above the Lehigh Valley, I need to listen on my fancy thinking box or fire tablet. But getting back, said, my hospitalization for my lung. I'm so glad that I had my wits about me to grab my fire tablet and charger and threw them into my purse. I was at the hospital from the 22nd to the 31st, and I am convinced that listening to your podcast every day made me feel better and sped up my recovery. Laughter is the best medicine, although it was really painful to laugh.
I would imagine that would be very painful.
She said, hopefully I turned at least one doctor onto your show because the laughing was good for me, and he was happy to hear me laughing so often. And I've always meant to write and tell you guys how much I appreciate your show and appreciate everything all the crew does to provide us with the funniest morning show ever. So now I have that chance. You guys are great. The show and crew are great, and I just love laughing with you guys and with the thousands of other peeps all over the world. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you're doing better, Deanna. Yeah. So there's a shout out for you, all right?
Have you ever had a broken rib or anything like that? Collapse lung? Because I understand that laughing and anything like that is excruciating.
Yeah, it's got to be. So here's another one. This is from Cliff Murphy. It's from Helen's, it says here. Hang on a second. So let me read the email. Says, hey, you guys, just wanted to give a quick shout out to Mackenzie and Tom Fritz. They're from Delaware, New Jersey, moved out to Michigan a few years ago and work in student support out at Michigan State. They were working with the students from the shooting.
Oh, my God.
And Cliff says, and I'm sure it's been a crazy few days. They're listeners, and I figured a shart from home would at least bring a quick smile to their faces during this tough time. I've been a listener for 23 years and rarely miss a show thanks to the podcast. Keep it in Nooch. Love you guys. Thanks, Cliff Murphy from Helen's.
It's Helen's Sausage House, by the way.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Helen's Sausage House?
I want to go to the sausage house.
Of course.
Yeah.
An entire building made of sausages?
There it is. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Interesting.
That sounds incredible.
Thank you. All right. We'll keep it in Nooch, brother. Thank you. All right, and then one last one. It says, hey, I'm late sending this, but if you can send a shout out to my son, Ben Clark. He's turning 10 years old February 18th. He loves your show. We listen every day. And he even asked about you guys like we're all friends.
Oh.
You guys rock. Thank you. Mia Clark from Westchester. So,
we had like a 9-year-old who was a fan of the show and a 10-year. Apparently, we're like the new Barney, Preston.
We must be.
We're really clicking hard with that crew.
Well, we might have an even younger one. This is a shout out. It says, can I get an oh yeah for my wife, Heather, who will be going in for a C-section for our first child.
Wow.
February 24th. No sweat if it's not on time. Please tell Steve to never stop playing that clip throughout the show. We always say it whenever we're expecting a good meal. All right. Thanks, you guys. Rock and ball sacks are yummy. That is from Mike Lloyd. So
yeah.
There you go, Mike. So good luck with everything. All right. So I think it's weekend. So junk drawer, no sad bro. We'll have to find some stories for you.
You know, this music alone peps you up a little bit.
It does make you feel good, doesn't it? All right. Here, I found one. Wait, apparently I'm still looking.
Oh, yeah.
All right, got it. So we talked about this before, the repeating subscriptions and trying to cancel those.
Oh, God.
And how some
it's a nightmare.
Apps and sites will make it difficult.
I've determined I'd rather serve time in a Turkish prison.
For you to find out how exactly you go about doing that. Well, Congress may soon reintroduce the Unsubscribe Act later this year to make it easier for Americans to stop paying.
So, yes, this would be handy. You know, I actually did purge a couple of things. We had the conversation similar to this a little while ago, Preston, and I told you about this app that I got that was supposed to help me discontinue those services. I had to subscribe to this app, and I've never used it. So, but I just manually went as things were popping. At the beginning of the year, a lot of them tend to renew, and you get notifications about it. And I made a concerted effort to at least click a few off the list.
Mark Takano, a California representative, said deceptive practices by large corporations make it easy to sign up for subscriptions, but nearly impossible to opt out. The bill would require companies to be more upfront when free trials turn into paid plans and to have a straightforward cancellation process.
That's the problem. A lot of them, and I'm glad they're turning to this because they make it this sort of maze on how to get through and get out.
Yeah, for example, the New York Times used to direct subscribers to a chat or hotline if they wanted to cancel. Planet Fitness currently requires cancellations in person or via written mail.
Where do you want to cancel, baby?
And Amazon, famous for its one-click purchase option, has a lengthy process to cancel Prime if you want to do
They've
that.
actually refined that.
Have they?
Yeah, it's longer than most, but it used to be like 2 to 3 times as elaborate to cancel.
What is it? Do you know what?
You need a sperm sample.
No. Wow. Do you know what the process is and why it takes so long?
You're going through. You're answering different questions, and I forget exactly. I tried to do it years ago. I'm glad I didn't because I love it and I use it a lot now. But that's the one thing, Kathy. All the return stuff is really easy.
It's so easy.
But the canceling thing still remains a bit of an issue.
I cancel streaming services fairly frequently and then rejoin them.
Do you keep on a schedule? Or do you just do, when you want to see shows that amass?
I'll give you an example. Right now, I don't have Apple TV Plus, but I'll rejoin it in March because Ted Lasso is coming back. So if there's stuff that's out on Apple TV Plus right now, I'm not watching it. But I find that I will be on a streaming service for a while and watch exclusively that service for a bit, and I'll like kind of wander over to Netflix or whatever.
I wish I could do that. I don't have the wherewithal.
I just find myself like looking at the credit card bill every month and being like, yeah, I haven't watched that in 3 months.
See, you're
so
making a mistake.
Yeah.
My wife looks at the credit card. I never see the pain being inflicted, and so that's how I get around it.
You know what? Most of the streaming services, not all of them, but most of them are pretty easy. And like they have it set up on, at least if you have an iPhone, if you go in, you can see all of your subscriptions. So Nick, I did the same thing you did. I went through and there was all kinds of services I at one point I signed up for because there was a show I wanted to watch. So I went through, canceled them, and then if something else comes up, like Ted Lasso or whatever, I'll rejoin.
So maybe easier to do that on the app as opposed to on your television.
Right.
So maybe through your phone because they usually have a different mechanism.
They do.
When you're using different sources like a phone or a tablet.
It was easy for me. I'll tell you the one that was not so easy was Hulu. I kind of
Hulu's raising their prices, you know.
I had to like jump through hoops to figure out because at one point I was paying two accounts or whatever. I don't know, and I had to like combine them and get rid of the cheaper one so that I could have this Hulu Live.
You had to jump through Hulu's hoops?
I had to jump through Hulu's hoops.
Who's lose? Have you heard about Abu Dhabi? No. Preston. What pisses me off to no end is, so I have every streaming service. It's just my thing. I love to suck up every piece of media out there. So I'll return to use one, like this happened with HBO Max, and I hadn't been on HBO Max in quite a while. And then I'm like, I gotta change my password, and all. I'm like,
I know.
What has indicated to you that there's been a breach here? Right. Why do I have to go through this elaborate process?
Yep.
It happens all the time.
Yep, I agree 100%. So we'll see if this ends up happening.
This never used to happen with the radio when you gather around for Little Orphan Annie with your decoder ring.
Hey, this crap's free.
Yeah.
People aren't paying for this.
Yeah, damn right it is.
I mean, obviously it's substandard, but at the end of the day, it all works out.
We don't charge you.
So we'll see if this legislation passes. And
substandard entertainment, but free.
Maybe something will happen. All right, let me go back into the junk drawer.
Our new billboard. At least it's free.
All right, I found something. Actually, it's a text I found, and it says, big sausage fan here. Helen's Sausage House is the tastiest frickin' sausage on earth.
Okay.
Where are the sausages?
That's Tim from Delaware.
Is there a link I can click? Waka, waka,
Waka, waka. All right, you get this for that. Thank you.
It's in Smyrna.
Yeah, where is that? Slower, lower? Where's Smyrna? How many miles from here?
This looks like a sausage prison. We're looking at a picture of the front of the building.
Yeah, the windows. Well, that's, they're just protecting their sausage, bro.
Yeah.
You got to protect.
Do you have to bar up the windows on a sausage place?
Not too far from Dover case. So heading south from Wilmington, you'll go through Smyrna.
I don't mean to derail the junk drawer here, but sausage ranks very high in your pecking order.
Oh yes.
Well, there's a ton of different sausages
I know,
too.
but just in general.
Yeah.
In my pecking order, it's much lower. I do like Jimmy Dean sausage.
Yeah, you've always, as long as I've known you, you've never liked things like bratwurst and knockwurst and stuff like that. So you wouldn't be a sausage fan. But I love all that kielbasa, knockwurst, bratwurst. Any of those, the country sausages, I'm a fan.
So
link patties, you name it.
The last stand had a hot sausage, and it was just a decent Watson hot sausage. It was just more like a giant spicy hot dog, Steve. But
like you loved it.
I miss it so much. It was so
I
good.
write it often.
No, I mean,
Dear sausage.
It was. I loved it, and I would get it a couple of times a month. I would go.
My dad, the same. Like this, loves any of that stuff. So I completely get it. In fact, I envy you for your sausage love, and yours as well, Preston.
Well, there's a tie-in to sausages in this next story.
Where are the sausages?
Men's penises, which is kind of shaped like a sausage.
It is. I've noticed.
Have grown rapidly in length in the past 30 years, according to a new study that is concerning some experts.
Why? Concerning? Why?
Yeah, it is
concerning us.
A meta-analysis by Stanford University researchers found that the average excited penis, there's some words I can't say, jumped 25% in length from 1992 to 2021.
Mine does not jump.
So you had to have been born, I believe. Well, I don't know. That's a good question. Anyway, 1980. So the average.
I've got a newer penis.
The average in
vintage.
The average in 1992 was around 4.8 inches. It is now 6 inches.
So here's the deal. For years and years and years, I've always heard that the average, even back in the 80s, that the average male penis, at least in the United States, was about 6 inches, 5.5, 6 inches.
Yep, that's what I'd always thought.
Why is this suddenly being touted as the new... The growth explosion.
Yeah,
I never realized that the average was 4.
Yeah.
I should have gone into porn.
4.8 is very close to 5.
Close to 5.
So while it may seem like every man's wish, the team at Stanford is worried that it may be due to exposure to chemicals, sedentary lifestyles, and junk food.
Ed,
Who knew that was good for your penis?
I thought that would help.
Wow.
Ed, you work in the penis wing, don't you?
While it may seem like every man's wish, I already read that part.
Yeah.
Those environmental
sausage is on your mind now.
and lifestyle factors have also been attributed to the rapid decline in fertility rates over the same period.
Now,
by the way.
I saw a documentary about the potency level of men in general, and that has taken a dramatic hit over the past 15, 20 years. But it always seems that
the potency?
Yes.
As in the sperm count?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I gotcha. So they gathered data from 75 studies performed between 1942 and 2021. In total, measurements of 55,761 penises were included. Each of the studies gathered data on penis lengths in different states, which would be flaccid, stretched, or boing.
Yeah.
Researchers expected penis length to decrease over the period.
So we're bucking the trend.
Went the other way. Dr. Michael Eisenberg, a professor of urology at Stanford, said...
I propose that snack food is good for the penis.
They've known since 1942.
Everyone's at the penis party. 5,000 plus being measured for science. In the future, we'll have robotic penises.
So Dr. Eisenberg says any overall change in development is concerning because of our reproductive system. It is one of the most important pieces of human biology. And he said, if we're seeing this fast of a change, it means that something powerful is happening to our bodies.
Yesterday, November 10th at 6 a.m., I measured the girth and length of my junk. I don't know why I felt the need to tell you.
Am I incorrect in saying that have you always been under the assumption that in the 5.5 to 6 range was always considered the normal?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I had heard from studies before. So
shows you how inaccurate science is.
So he said we should try to confirm these findings, and if confirmed, we must determine the cause of these changes. Fully charged penises have grown over time, especially during the final portion of the study. Over the entire 80-year study period, the average length was 5.4 inches. That figure, so that's the figure you were talking about.
Yes.
That figure rose rapidly from 1992 to 2021.
With the advent of bugles.
Bugles? Oh, yeah, it was junk food. Yeah. And bugles are kind of phallic.
Absolutely.
In
fact, you can pleasure yourself in them.
Oh, my God.
I don't know. I don't know why this is so stunning that the snack food and all that stuff, the sedentary lifestyle. Also, I think, well, I don't know. I don't know. This isn't my line of work.
No, it isn't. But we have somebody whose line of work it is. Oh, a doctor of medicine and a happy guy all the time. Please welcome our friend from Fox 29 and Penn Medicine, Dr. Mike Sirigliano.
Hey!
Good morning, Dr. Mike.
Listen, I've suffered shrinkage many times.
Sure.
Likewise.
So I feel like I am an expert in this. But look, there's no question. Like, we might be having bazookas, but we're shooting blanks. And I'll tell you why.
Yes.
Because the sperm count is going way down. And there's a lot of theories as to why this is. And you mentioned environmental factors. It has to do with, they think, in part, bisphenol A and these plasticizers. You know what bisphenol A is?
He's a rapper, is he not?
It's a chemical that they use in plastics, and it's been banned in a lot of products, especially regarding little kids. But these are considered hormone disruptors, if you will. And there's a lot of theories, but the level of fertility is going down in men.
Yeah. So that study I had heard was correct then, Mike. And it's apparently is this a global phenomenon, or is it more localized to the United States?
I think it's globally. It's across the planet. Again, it's environmental factors. And, you hear about this train derailment and everything. You got to wonder all of the things in our environment. But the other thing I wanted to mention was that, look, if you want to have – am I allowed to say erectile dysfunction?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, okay. So if you want, then you eat a lot of junk food and you sit on your butt all the time, and then you'll get it because it's all has to do with blood flow. And it's basically hydraulics. And if your blood flow isn't good to your, shall we say, special purpose,
Right, yeah.
then it's not gonna work properly.
Okay.
No, that all makes sense.
Yeah, I knew it was
all kind of-
circulatory, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And that's what, in fact, that's what Viagra does. It is it increases the circulation to those areas, correct?
Yes, it does. And, I will be the first to admit, I do partake of that.
Yeah.
But it gives me a wicked sinus. Like I get congestion because it vasodilates a lot of blood vessels.
Same
but
here.
It's worth it.
So I used after the prostatectomy, I used they have you use Cialis to have the blood flow to that area, and
Right.
and it does the
You
same thing.
noticed the nasal thing?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
Yeah, but it didn't
Okay.
matter because I was
Yeah. Yeah. You're walking around with a
with a boner.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Well, there you go.
We love you, Dr.
We can
Mike.
always count on you, Dr. Mike.
I love you guys.
All right, we love
Have
you
a
too.
great weekend. Love you, and great kudos for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Dr. Mike
He's a
Sirigliano
Yeah.
from Box 29. All right.
You still make those kudos breakfast bars? Remember those things?
Yes.
Those were good.
They were good.
He said great kudos, and I was like, yeah, kudos were great.
Were they breakfast bars?
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, they were candy bars, but
Yeah.
you would get them. It was almost,
You'd
like
be
when you get-
surprised. Pretzel nuggets are.
Yeah.
All right. Junk drawer. That's what we're doing. Let me go back in. I found something on the text board. This is Carl from Newcastle, Delaware. He says Helen's also has killer pork chop sandwiches.
Pork chop sandwiches.
And their sandwiches are out of this world. But actually, we're getting a lot of texts about the sausage house, believe it or not. So
Smyrna.
Smyrna. Not we were making fun of the name. We were saying
Pork chop sandwiches.
Smyrna.
I know.
Pork chop sandwiches.
It's Smyrna. And they have great pork chop sandwiches.
Pork chop sandwiches.
Time today open.
All right. Bill's going to kill us for
I don't care.
all these mentions.
They
But it
close
was
at 12.
It was an email.
Hey,
What?
we
At
balanced it
noon?
out. We also mentioned penises.
I heard that some people were texting in Preston about Helen's Sausage House that you got to get there at a certain hour because if you don't, you're not getting in and you're not going to get fed.
One of
Pork
those.
chop sandwiches.
Yeah.
Those are great. I love those
It's
types
open.
of places.
like that.
It's open now, yeah.
Yeah, they should probably bring us sausage.
All right, Nick, come on. Come on. Let's see. Oh, man, there's a couple things I want to
There's
mention.
a lot of good stuff in there. I can see it falling all
All right, I'm going to mention this is a quick one. If you are watching The Last of Us.
And I am.
Yeah, we're all, other than Kathy, we're all big fans here.
Should I be watching this?
Yes.
It's a great show. I don't know if you'll like it or not, but it's a great show, Kath. But anyhow, I wanted to mention this. So apparently,
Go ahead.
Apparently, there's a guy named Adam Basil, I'm not sure how you pronounce his last name. He's a stunt performer who played the bloater in The Last of Us, this last episode that came out. And apparently, he says that the bloater has become a bit of a sex icon.
Oh, shut up. No.
I don't think so.
Well, the man who introduced the massive version of the show's zombie-like clickers to HBO's audience last week isn't tripping on psilocybin either. According to him, Basil says he's captured a lot of people's imaginations. Someone asked me if I'd come to their wedding. I've had people sending me love messages. He really brought out something in people that I don't ever think they knew they had. He's a big daddy mushroom, and I think there's been a meme out there.
Are they asking for him to go in the bloater costume?
I don't know, but I looked up him. He's gigantic.
Yeah.
He's this huge guy, and he's got, I wouldn't call him good looking, but some women might find him hot because of how big he is.
Did you see Preston? He also played Beast in the live action Beauty and the Beast,
and he was in Game of Thrones as well.
Yeah,
so he's a go-to large stunt guy. So Out Magazine post about Basil, who said that. Suggests that people might be attracted to the 6'6" British stuntman himself and not necessarily the bloater.
I'm going to think so because and we talked about this in the game. The bloater was a nightmare. It was virtually impossible to stop them. Now you could kill the clickers, which are do we have those? You have those effects over there? Of the clickers, they're easier to take out in the game, but the bloater, you're in for a world of hurt.
So he's saying that women. And I guess men alike find the bloater hot. Kathy, the bloater is up on our screen if you want to take a look.
What do you think of the bloater, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Send some of that bloat my way.
All right.
No, Steve, we don't have a clicker sound effect, but we do have one on the phone right now.
Okay.
Press, if you want to go to line one.
There you go.
He's putting in his 2 cents.
All right, one more quick thing. One more quick thing from John Chor. I know you're not ready. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I had him looking for a clicker.
All right, last item in the junk drawer. A recent one poll survey found that 70% of Americans believe that apps are replacing websites. The poll also found that 26% think that they could go a year without using a computer browser.
Well, you know what? I actually was I was sent a link for NBC 10 locally, and I clicked on the link, and it sent me to the app. And I don't have the app on my phone.
And so it's forcing you to get the app.
Right.
Well, and I'm even thinking of like websites of like companies or whatever. I mean, for me, I more so go to social media to find them than I do a Google search.
Well, like Instagram?
Yeah, like I'll go and see if they have, like, if it's a restaurant, I'll see if they have a page. If they do, I kind of scroll through there to see if I want to go.
I kind of use both. Like for example, when it comes to apps, booking travel, for example, I will go to the American Airlines app. But I think I ultimately end up using, like, if I'm going to book a flight, I'll go to the website,
right? Yeah.
But then I'll track it on the app.
Same here.
You know what I mean?
Yep. 69% use their smartphone daily. 46% have done a full day's work from their phone. It says here, Tony Morkey of Cricket Wireless said, from work to play, our research shows people are embracing the convenience of apps in all areas of life. And what do people do on their smartphones? 51% shop for groceries, take photos and videos. 47% shop for clothes and accessories, and 42% complete their tax returns on their phone.
The belief is that the app will eclipse the website, or is at least putting a dent in it?
That's what people believe, yes. That they find it easier, more convenient to navigate through the app as opposed to the actual website.
Are these the same people that are getting turned on by the bloater?
I think that might be it, yeah.
Might be
All
an
right,
issue.
that's it. That's all we're going to do in Junk Drawer. We're going to wrap it up right there, friends. So glad we got some things cleared out and out of the way for that. We have several things taking place on our program this morning. Our friend Ben Bailey is going to be stopping by. But before all that, we're going to take a break, come back, and get to the bizarre file. It's on the way. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
For 2 years, it disappeared.
All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with... This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right.
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshamini's starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it, and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or you're just
say a
gonna
name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right now.
You're up by
Casey's
90.
at 880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey. So no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yeah. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right. Yeah! Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. Right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshaminy Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was. You know what? And somebody sent me not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80,
it's an 80
points separates the two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Yeah. Can we just keep going for a little?
Well.
Oh wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
There's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today, Kath.
Go ahead, say the F word, Kath.
I know.
You want to say it so badly. We can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Romano.
That's what Dennis hears around frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment.
For 10 points.
Wow, okay, see, and this is where the strategy comes into play. Casey?
Yeah.
What's the Delco Dance Club that featured a spaceship and a dancing robot
Wow.
MC?
Listen, it's only worth 10 points, Kathy. Pulsations.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, absolutely. What's the category and what's the wager?
We're going to go 70 points in history.
70 points in history. And I got to get to the history.
Right, Nick?
Yeah, man. You play Jeopardy.
Yeah, I didn't do well in my SATs, but
you even know how to wager.
History. What Bucksco town was named after George Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware River to take Trenton by surprise in the Revolutionary War?
Washington Crossing.
She got it right. That's exactly correct. Yes.
I got pulsations. You get that. That's fair enough.
All right. So, what is the score here at the end of round 2?
Kathy with 1,080. Casey with 940.
I need the screen, please. For this, we're going to do something now. A few years ago, we had somebody call up on the phone, and we're going to do the same thing. This time, we are calling this, I don't know who's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
The category of I don't know who's on the phone is local businesses. Local businesses. So write down your wager now. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Wagers are in, and we're playing I don't know who's on the phone. Local businesses, the category, and we have our caller on the line. Good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Good morning. I can hear you.
All right. Would you please present your question for our contestants?
Good morning. My name is Bill. I'm vice president of a local company. We were established in South Philadelphia in 1891. We are headquartered in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and we have 11 locations in Delaware County and 7 in Bucks County. One of your show members currently endorses our company. What is the name of the company I work for?
Okay. Marissa just handed me a note that says it's over.
It is over.
And
that's not fair.
And I shook my head. And I said, no, it won't be, because more bitching is going to happen.
No,
It is.
you know why it's not over? Because tonight you're going to wake up screaming, and you'll be reliving it over and over again.
Okay, so do we ask for their answers first, or do I ask our caller on the line what the answer is?
I think what you do is you go to the answers and then, right.
Yeah.
And then I do the Alex Trebek. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go. And then we'll have our caller on the line to hang on just a moment. So, Kathy, you were in the lead, and that means you get to go first, I believe, is how that works. So, Kathy, what is your answer?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts. And that is incorrect. I'm sorry. What is your wager, please?
300 points.
300 points. And, Nick, what does that total bring her to?
780 points for Kathy Romano.
Casey?
I really could have done a number on myself here, but I blame my brother if I get this wrong, because my brother's philosophy is go big or go home. Okay. My answer is Horizon.
Horizon. That is also incorrect. And your wager?
940 points.
Oh, my goodness. Let me go to our caller. Bill, can you tell these people what company you work for, please?
I work for Acme Markets.
The official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. Casey,
Kathy wins!
Kathy
wins!
Oh, my God. Oh, my freaking God.
Bucksco versus Delco. It was anybody's game to the very end.
I actually, at the last few moments, was sure you had it, Casey.
I did too.
I was sure, because you're also, it looked as if you wrote a short word.
I did. And you know what really stinks is he's the new president, so I don't know his name.
Well, that's why we chose him, because if it was somebody that you knew by the sound of their voice, they weren't going to be able to.
Let's focus on what's important. I won. Where do you want to go to dinner, Casey?
Well, whenever you want, girlfriend. Whenever you want.
Nick, do me a favor. Remove that screen between
so he
those
can
two
punch
people.
her.
So Casey can punch her in the face. Oh, my God.
I thought for sure.
They're hugging.
I thought, Casey, you were going to say your brother had quizzed you about this company and you had some insight.
If I can have a moment, I prepared something I wanted to say.
Casey's written a statement.
You know, I came here this week, and I didn't know what to expect. Now, I've seen a lot of people hating me, and I didn't know what to feel about that, so I guess I didn't like you much then either. During this fight, I seen a lot of changing. The way yous felt about me and the way I felt about you. In here, there were two people killing each other. But I guess that's better than 20 million. What I'm trying to say here, if I can change and you can change, everybody can change. I just want to say, to my kid who should be at home cleaning, don't forget to scrub the toilets. I love you.
He's a champion anyway.
Not really. I'm the champion. Here's the thing. What's great for you guys is, because what I was thinking is if Casey won, then the whole competition would have been evened out and we had to do it again. Now, I'm clearly
now there's no
the
grudge
winner.
match. There's no grudge match.
2-0.
No rematch.
Ain't going to be no
I
rematch.
win. Thank you very much. I'm so glad that I didn't disappoint my Bucks County residents and friends.
You honestly, you
Mom,
both
Dad, I love
played
you.
very well. Kathy, you played very well. You did. You and I mean, especially honestly in the trivia, you pulled some things out of the proverbial ass that I had no hope you would get, and you got it.
Thank you
so
very
amazing.
much. Oh my God, this was so fun. Thank you guys.
Of course it was fun.
This
No,
was
it
great.
sucked, I
What
think,
a
for everybody.
fair contest you guys pulled off.
Now watch us find out that Soups is actually the name of the place.
Then I would have 100 points and I still lose. By the way, Kathy, you mentioned Dunkin' Donuts. Did you know that there's 33 Dunkin' Donuts locations
Oh,
in
there's
Delaware
26
County?
in Bucks County.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Because you did the Wawa question last year.
Do you know how many swim clubs there are in Bucks County?
Listen, you know what? I want to know. I don't know if we're going to do this now or not, but some of the questions that we didn't go over, because there was something that I was sure you guys were going to answer, and I really put a lot of time studying it.
What was it?
I have several other ones, and we don't have time to do it now. But maybe next week we can go through some of the questions because
we'll do a question purge.
I'm dying to know.
So one of the big things in Bucks County, and specifically Levittown, was the LPRA pools, and I thought for sure you were going to ask questions about those.
Nothing came up about that.
okay.
So.
And because we were both lifeguards, I could have sworn there was going to be. There were a couple of things where I'm like, all right, what do Kathy and I both have in common? Dunkin' Donuts was obviously the one. And, and I thought about Acme, but I wasn't sure how many Acmes there were in Bucks County.
Yeah.
So
I had to pick something that both counties had in common.
Oh, I know. And
I tried to see if there was maybe a famous person that was born in one county and went to school in another or lived in another, and I couldn't come up with anybody.
How about this one?
Okay.
William Penn founded two two towns on either side of Philadelphia, and they call them new towns. Okay, so there's a Newtown, Bucks County, and a Newtown, Delaware County. Same question, different answers. So Newtown, Delaware County was founded in 1681, and then you guys were like 1684 or something like that.
Well, William Penn actually was born in Rutledge and opened up the first sweet roll shop in Croydon.
I did so much research. Meanwhile, we both were like, no, we're not doing anything.
Kathy, Marissa, there's a couple of pieces of paper underneath my
I did so much research on, and it didn't need to be, because I knew you weren't going to stick to Levittown, even though that's where I grew up. But, there's all of those sections. All of the sections have different street name, or have the street names with the same letter of the section. So I memorized 3 street names for each section.
Jesus Christ.
Asked me the same question.
Well, but then both of you were full of crap that you weren't studying.
Dude,
listen, and it wasn't until
look at his study sheets.
It wasn't until last night.
It looks like his tax returns.
Steve, I did it last night, laying in bed. My cousin Katie texted me, and she goes, if you're not studying, I'm going to be so angry. And I was like, oh, no, I'm studying, I promise.
Yeah, so like shopping, I'm surprised you guys didn't ask me about the bazaar. I remembered, like, because the bazaar's not there anymore, but I remember.
Casey, there was a question about the bazaar that was, what is the name of the store that used to sell rock T-shirts at the bazaar?
That might have been Comic Universe. I don't know.
No, it was Rock Tees.
Rock Tees, yeah.
So you wouldn't have gotten that one right.
And I want to thank Levittown Now, because they did an article on, or they did an interview with me a while back, but he sent over like a fact sheet on Bucks County.
Really?
Do you know what the population is in your county?
You know what? I didn't go there because I thought we kind of covered that yesterday.
We're going to turn it up just a notch with Froggy on this Friday morning. Makes me smile.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, the B-File this morning brought to you by Horizon Services. Lower your home heating cost with a same-day system tune-up from Horizon Services. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical for $79. Listen, you can get your spring service for just $59 as well. Book fast at horizonezbook.com. We will start with this. A baby girl was born with a tail covered in skin and hair.
It's pretty cool.
That was 5.7 centimeters long.
That's the length of the average American penis.
That's what I was thinking of, Steve. Her birth stunned her doctors at the rural Mexican hospital, who delivered her via C-section with no discernible health problems or abnormalities apart from a tail.
Devil child!
Containing muscles and nerves. The baby had seemingly no history of exposure to any infections or radiation, and both its parents were healthy. The baby's tail measured 5.7 centimeters in length and was 3 to 5 millimeters in diameter.
How often do you think people are born with tails?
There is a stat here at the end of this story. There have only been 195 cases.
Oh.
In history.
Wouldn't it suck if your tail was bigger than your penis?
But it does happen. Yes, it would be. Listen, I'm going to turn around the other way.
And you just sit on that.
Oh, my God.
The hair and skin-covered tail contained nerves, and the baby would cry when it was pierced with a needle. After an
leave the kid's tail alone.
X-ray of her lower back, it was found that there weren't any bones or other abnormalities in the tail, and this means that the tail isn't vestigial, a useless organ like an appendix. Rather, it was a true tail. The doctors checked for several possible medical issues, including the brain and spine. Then 2 months later, they came back again and re-examined the baby and her tail, where they determined it had grown in proportion to her own.
I always think of Shallow Hal.
Yeah, totally.
You think it could wag?
That's what I was wondering. Yeah. Could you voluntarily wag that tail.
I love in the movie when Jack Black's character goes, well, have you ever thought about having a room? He's like, oh, I never thought of that. Wow, what a great idea. Yes, of course I thought of that. So anyhow, they managed to remove this one, and they did a reconstruction with plastic surgery, so the baby is doing much better now.
Right.
But yeah. All right, a crash involving what investigators termed chicken juice shut down a highway in Pennsylvania Wednesday morning.
Tough day in the studio. Pour me some chicken juice.
The incident occurred sometime before 8 a.m. in the northbound lanes of Interstate 83 in Dauphin County.
Chicken juice.
At least 4 vehicles were involved in the crash, and one of the vehicles involved a tractor trailer that was spilling chicken juice on the highway.
All right, when it comes to you and chicken juice, do you like it with pulp or without?
I like very little pulp in my chicken juice, yes, personally. Vehicles were detoured off the highway via exit 44. It's not clear if there were any injuries in the accident involving chicken juice. The Santa Cruz Police Department is encouraging people not to engage with a man dressed in a Cookie Monster costume who has been seen around the Santa Cruz Wharf and Beach Boardwalk in recent days.
Cookie!
The department has received calls from concerned residents saying that the man dressed as the iconic Sesame Street character is creepy and uncomfortable.
They've had issues with a lot of these people dressing.
Well, they've had an issue with this guy.
Oh, really?
The man has been known to badger people, but he's not been charged with any crime. And in fact, the Los Angeles Times article from 2016 identified the man as an Oregon-born Adam Sandler. I kid you not, that's his name.
Oregon Adam Sandler.
And according to several media reports, he has faced criminal charges in other cities, including New York, San Francisco, and Los Angeles.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
For threats against tourists, other street performers, and store owners.
Because I remember there was a dude who was dressing as Tickle Me Elmo.
This is the same guy.
Same dude!
His unsavory antics include anti-Semitic tirades caught on video, threatening business owners and residents in multiple cities, and even finding himself in an extortion case involving the Girl Scouts, for which he reportedly once worked as a temporary employee on a short-term computer programming project.
He's a one-man Muppet Mafia.
In New York, where he frequented Central Park dressed as Elmo, the New York Times reported that Sandler was captured on video in 2012 shouting anti-Semitic and xenophobic remarks. In San Francisco in 2014, Sandler was charged with being a public nuisance and threatening a business owner on Fisherman's Wharf who had put up a sign saying the costume man was not a store employee.
It's sullying the reputation of the Muppets.
He pleaded guilty to being a public nuisance and was banned from several tourist locations in San Francisco. Well, now he's moved to the Santa Cruz area, and they're asking people to keep an eye out for this idiot.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. A New York man was killed on Wednesday after this is a terrible story, after a leash that was tied to him was caught in the train door.
Oh, my God.
The deceased Metro rider has been identified by his daughter's 50-year-old Harold Riley. His dog Daisy was his service dog. Riley was in the process of getting off the train with his dog. As the doors were closing, the dog was still on the train, and the man held the leash, and it was somehow tied to him. As the train pulled away from the station, it dragged him off of the platform and down the tracks. The transit police say the train operator did perform 2 safety checks by opening and closing the doors before pulling away from the platform. Police said Riley died from his injuries in the hospital. Isn't that
horrible?
Messed up.
Did the dog survive?
The dog is okay, yeah. A Texas man is facing charges after recording himself fleeing from a state trooper during a traffic stop. Alan Lynch Jr. recorded himself being pulled over by a trooper on February 4th. The trooper apparently pulled Lynch over because he had temporary tags that were expired. Lynch can be heard saying that he just got the car that day, a Dodge Charger. The trooper asked Lynch for his license and tells him to get out of the car, and that's when Lynch took off. The trooper can be seen in the side view mirror running back to his car. Lynch continued to record as he sped through traffic, weaving his way between cars and trucks. He said, "I got away," as he's driving the car.
Hey, guys.
Apparently, having pulled off the road after fleeing the officer, he said, "I got away. Round of applause, round of applause." He said, "Do you think I'm going to make their job easier? Their job is to catch us. Our job is to run away."
So he's a felony influencer.
Lynch also took a video of damage to one of the wheels on the car, and he's now charged with evading police. 4 days later, he was arrested. And it isn't Lynch's first attempt at fleeing at a traffic stop. Lynch says in the video, "That's like the 3rd time they tried me. They keep trying me, bro. I don't know what they want from me,
bro,
that they're not going to get. They have to catch me first.
Well, thankfully, there's no video evidence of this crime.
Right. Court documents say that Lynch fled from a trooper in September who pulled him over for a temporary tag, by the way. So, all right, and there you go. That is my last story in the bizarre file for you, my friend. All right, as we take a break, Casey's handing me some stuff to give away. Can I give away a few of these?
Yes.
Okay. We have a prize pack of Magic Mike's Last Dance.
Oh, my God.
So I tell you what, we'll take callers 5, 6, and 7 at 215-263-WMMR. So it's a prize pack including a pair of Fandango tickets to see the film. And, of course, it's from director Steven Soderbergh and stars Channing Tatum and Salma Hayek. Warner Brothers Pictures' Magic Mike's Last Dance is in theaters now. So 5, 6, and 7 at 215-263-WMMR. Go ahead and give us a call right now, and we will set you up with that.
Awesome.
I'd like to mention this before we take a break, the fact that we have a new Daily Rush video. And it is called Daddy Likey Farty in Face. And
that's about as descriptive as you can get.
The description reads, we're pretty sure Chuck Berry and Roger Ailes hung out and talked about farting in their faces a lot. So you can go to WMMR.com/Daily Rush to see the video and others that you might have missed. Sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at Xfinity.com. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We are scheduled to have Mr. Ben Bailey on the program a little later on. Noel Gallagher, Shirley Manson. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
17,311 homes in Levittown. Oh, my God.
Ridley Creek State Park is 2,600 acres. There's 191 square miles in all of Delaware County, 184 of which is land.
Driftwood Water Adventures operates out of Tyler State Park and Falls Park.
Yeah. Strathaven High School is actually named after Thomas Leaper's hometown in Scotland. And by the way, I'm going to start a petition now because the Strathaven mascot is the Panthers, and because it's named after a town in Scotland, I feel like their mascot should be the Griffins.
Okay,
the Griffins,
fair enough.
right.
Start that petition.
Nick Murphy, also from Bucks County. Did you know that there was an East and West Levittown? I did not know that, and it is split by Edgeley Road. Yes.
Wow. What's the oldest library in Bucks County?
Oh, you know what? I think is it gone? It's gone because the library that's there now is new.
Do you realize you're providing questions for when we do this again in 30 years?
No, we're not doing it again. I win.
The first library, I think the oldest library in the country is in Delaware County, Casey.
If it is, then it's Darby Library because that's the oldest in the county. And then the longest tenured mayor in Delaware County, he's been mayor for 44 years, Frank Kelly in Collingdale.
Okay.
Shout out.
Bob Casey, Pat Toomey.
Yeah. Well, Bob Casey's for
Ryan
both of us.
Fitzpatrick.
Do you know who your city councilman chairman is?
No, I didn't do councilman. I just
John
did the Senate and House of Representatives.
Bob Brady. That's
what else do I have?
The 7th Congressional District is vacant right now.
Levittown's 22 square miles.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
That's to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell.
Huh.
She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the American.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
Sound like it's Carrie Russell's history.
Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back, and it was wonderful. Oh, she plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. Those commies.
In what?
In The Americans.
The Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah. You know, The Experts.
The Experts.
Mm-hmm. But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the
Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Kerry Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Get a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey says she's
got a hell of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know.
And we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the.
Oh yeah, this is nice. Is good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
These are the kids. I'm gonna help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh, God.
We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story unlike any other.
Walk this way, kids. Here we go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing. So.
And all of this is taking place in Felicity.
In Felicity's butt.
Okay, yeah.
Text says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
Yeah. Hey, I noticed a few things.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
I did. I absolutely positively.
He's back.
Yeah.
You know what he does. He notices things so you don't have to.
Yeah.
You're too busy sleeping 3 hours a day on your job.
Yes, it's true.
He's out there noticing.
Hey, you know what I noticed? I noticed that my penis looks a little bit bigger in the summertime.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I think I know that's why is that? You tend to be trimmer in the summer, don't you?
No, actually, this is something that was on Reddit, and I just used me as an example. This is not true, but apparently there's something called a summer penis.
And the living is easy?
Or summer penis
makes me feel fine.
So on Reddit, one user asked if others experienced a, quote, bigger D in the summertime and smaller in winter.
Bigger D.
I'm paraphrasing.
Winter's coming. Winter's coming. Smaller D's for everyone.
Men said soaring temperatures cause their junk to appear larger. And when they're happy, so to speak, when they're at attention,
clap your nuts.
Apparently, it's better.
When you're happy and you know it, clap your nuts.
Squish, squish.
Ow.
Dr. Dudley Danoff.
Dr. Dudley Danoff does not exist.
Author of The Ultimate Guide to Male Sexual Health says that hot temperatures cause blood vessels to widen.
Yeah.
And you may swell a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I'm swelling right now.
Urologist Dr. Jamin Brambot.
Stop it.
This is fake.
There's not even, yeah.
Dudley Jammin.
Dudley Danoff.
And his nurse, Katrina Thunderrod.
This is urologist Dr. Now, I'm probably pronouncing this. It's probably Yamin, Jamin. I just said Jamin.
Like
you got
better.
yourself a big penis there, man.
Brambot, which is Brahmbhatt.
Maybe it's Jimin, and his real name is like Benjamin, but
he changes it
instead of going by Ben, he goes Jimin.
It's quite possible.
Well, Yamin Brahmbhatt says that men's penises always remain the same size, but adds that blood vessels near the surface may contract to maintain heat, and that hot weather may cause those blood vessels to fill to the max.
We're not talking about a 1.5-foot increase. We're talking perhaps just a general. Now, however, though,
fullness.
When you lose weight, it does appear to be larger. Correct?
I would think so.
Stands to reason.
I would guess so. Yeah.
So yeah, that's. But I mean, yes, in the engorging process, perhaps.
But also,
Bill loves all these words, by the way.
Don't you feel like your fruit hangs a little bit lower during the summer just because
it's sad?
Not necessarily that, but it's just it's warmer. So
I think so.
Things
right?
are looser.
For proper child production, the baby batter must be cooler, right? That's why your testicles are the way they are in the body's configuration. They always say to you, loose and cooler is the. You guys have kids?
I don't know. I didn't look that much into it.
You didn't chill them up before you got it on?
But it is sophisticated.
Spray them with some CO2?
It is sophisticated equipment that is meant for the purposes of of reproduction, yes, and therefore it maintains a to a certain temperature so that your equipment
Your
will work
McDLT.
properly, and you're cool on the cool side and hot on the hot. Anyway, we'll move on to something else. I just liked it because the headline was "Heat Waves Lead to Summer Penis."
Oh yeah.
From the noticer.
Thank you.
Makes me feel fine. Blowing into jasmine across my sack.
Love that song. Can't help it.
I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
your fingers.
No.
And your toes.
Not those digital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the 4 digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. And they have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But, yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, dude, just give me.
Do not like
answer.
that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for the when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media, you know, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or I'm turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music, playing
I think that's
the radio.
What I would use it for.
Playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone, it'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
You know,
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary answer.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Yeah,
Lauer.
that's what it would be.
Yeah.
Hey, Lauer.
Because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes.
Switch to killers.
Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, Lauer. Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft. Summer Breeze.
So Lantern Entertainment and the Weinstein Company have come to terms on two major sticking points in their deal, a price and a close date. So they agreed on a final purchase of $21 million and expect to close on July 13th. A bankruptcy court hearing is scheduled for July 11th, and Lantern also agreed to make numerous payments to creditors to avoid a lengthy court battle.
All right, so and they're obviously going to not use the name Weinstein, right?
Oh, no, yeah, they're not. I don't think they're going to do that.
Charles Manson Productions.
So they're going to.
They figure it has a better reputation.
Hell yes. So they're getting closer to.
And then you can have Manson instead of the MGM Lion.
Wouldn't that be awesome? His face in that circle logo.
Right.
I love it.
This is one of these meetings here with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Our next guest is going to be performing at Soul Joel's tonight in Pottstown. Shows at 7 o'clock. And he's been by here a few times. And if you've ever seen the show Cash Cab, you know him as the host of that particular program. We welcome once again Mr. Ben Bailey.
Hey. Oh, wow. Thank you, guys. What a welcome.
Nice to see you.
It's been ages, right? I was trying to remember how long it's been.
A long time, yeah.
Pre-COVID for sure. Maybe like 2016 or something.
Maybe.
Yes. I mean, it's been a long time.
You guys look terrific.
Thank you. You rocking a little bit more hair. Last time you
I let it grow. I
shaved
shaved my head. It's weird. For some reason, like right before I went in for the Cash Cab audition, a friend of mine and I had stepped out of the Comedy Cellar in New York City to partake in some
stuff.
Yes, and and we're standing there, and he's just staring at me, and I'm like, "Dude, what's up?" And he just goes, "You should shave your head."
And you did.
And I was like, "What?" He goes, "Shave your head. You should shave your head. You'd be like 100 times more castable if you shaved your head." And I was like, okay. So I shaved my head.
Wow. So the stuff you were doing, you're more agreeable.
I don't know. I have no idea, why he thought it or why I agreed to it, but like I went in, auditioned for Cash Cab, got it with the shaved head.
Wow.
First time in my life I ever did it.
Up until that point, how long was your hair?
It was basically how it is now.
Okay.
Which is like I have a hat on, but
yeah.
Hang on, let's see.
Yeah, it's like
You get a little bit on top. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like high and tight.
Yeah.
It's been my haircut forever.
Right,
Since high school.
But that's cool. So
then I just had to shave my head for the next 11 years.
Right.
Because otherwise I would just look different.
Yeah.
And then I go out places and people are like, "You have hair? Where do you get off having hair?" Like people literally came up and tried to pull my hair off thinking that I had a wig on. I'm like, "You're about to get punched in the mouth."
yeah. Dude,
Do not walk up to a man and grab him by the hair.
That's how we knew you. I mean, with the shaved head. So
Totally. I think it actually ruined my career. Letting my hair grow back.
you got cast in a number of things, all right? I mean,
I did, yeah.
I mean, when you get cast, what do you usually? You like Blue Blood? We were just talking before you came on that you were on an episode of Blue Bloods.
Blue Bloods, yeah.
What do you get cast at?
Blue Bloods, I was like an aging comedic alcoholic legend.
Oh, really?
And I was like, I think I can pull that off. The legend part maybe is going to be tough. But I got the rest of it.
Did you get to interact with Tom Selleck or
I didn't,
Wahlberg?
No. Yeah, Donnie and I had a bunch of scenes together. He was a super cool guy, man. I was nervous. Like every time I get an acting role, I put everything, like, I'm like, I have to nail this.
Right.
This is my chance.
Yeah.
If I nail this little part, it's like, I'm going to be in Hollywood next week.
Spielberg's on the phone. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And he goes, dude, that's what I did with The Sixth Sense. Because if you remember Donnie Wahlberg in The Sixth Sense, he's not in it a lot, but man, did he crush it.
Yeah. He's in the first.
So good.
And nobody knew it was him.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you got done with the movie, and like 3 days later, you found out, by the way, that was Donnie Wahlberg.
like, really?
Yeah. That was New Kids on the Block.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Like, he was amazing in it. And he said that's what he did. Is he like thought he had to nail that? And I'm like, but dude, you're not making the point you think you're making because you crushed it and you've had an amazing career.
Right? Yes. So it worked.
You're making the argument that I do have to nail it. But
Yeah.
I tend to like I'm going to go into the room. I'm going to be in character. Plus, it was during COVID, so we were all wearing masks. There was no interaction until you're actually on the set. So it was just weird.
Yeah.
But it was great. Like, I had a great time doing it,
By the way,
I love acting.
We found out it was 2015 was the last time we were.
Right.
Wow.
Man, that's
so
long time.
Actually, when you were on a couple times, and we had liberated the notion of the cash cab, and we had it was the gash cab.
Gash
right?
cab, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember. Yeah.
Strippers.
Are we going to have to play that again?
Actually,
Did you guys
porn
have strippers
stars.
here this morning?
Porn stars. Yeah.
Are there any here now?
No, I'm sorry.
Man,
Well,
he says-
let me look
get a
under
guy
the
all excited. Get a fella all worked up.
Got a lot of dildos if you want to
smash his dreams. Oh, okay.
So it's been a number of years,
You're the
obviously.
guy who says the things that no one else will say. I remember.
It was actually flash
Weeds,
cab. We wanted
dildos.
to call it gas
Oh,
cab,
that's right, yeah.
and then we couldn't
Oh, that's
get away
right.
with gas cab.
I thought cash cab would be better, but
Yeah, that got voted down.
yeah.
I actually did VO for a Discovery. It was like, we want you to do voiceover for another show. It's called Smash Lab. And so I did 2 seasons of voiceover for this show called Smash Lab that was on right after Cash Cab.
Do you get a lot of VO work because you have a resonant voice?
Thank you. I do a fair amount.
Yeah,
Not a ton.
yeah.
I'd love to do more. It's great. It's great work if you can
Wait,
get it.
did Smash Lab ever see the light of day? Because I don't remember that at
Yeah,
all.
it was on for 2 seasons.
What was it? What was the concept?
It was like we're going to go through this intricate setup and then blow things up.
Okay.
I like
which
that.
was kind of cool.
Yeah.
It was kind of
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
It was interesting, though. Smash Lab and Cash Cab.
Did you do a variation of cash cab with farmers?
Yes. Yeah, it's the thing I've been doing the last couple of years. It's called Money Grab in the Cab. It's a charity thing.
Really?
So, like, surprise a farmer in their tractor or their combine. It was like the crazy. I got an email that said Cash Cab AG in the subject line.
Oh, agriculture.
I'm like, agriculture? I'm like, watch. I said to my girlfriend, watch, this will be Cash Cab and a tractor.
Yeah.
And it is.
And it is.
I love that concept.
It's fun, man.
Yeah.
I met a lot of nice people, and it's like a whole different world. And so the farmers would play and raise money for the local FFA, which is Future Farmers of America.
Sure, yeah.
And so the whole community gets into it, and it's fun, man.
Do they let you
do it
take
again?
Do they let you take a crack at the controls? Because that's something I've always wanted.
Not only did
like a
they-
big combine or something.
Yeah. Not only did they let me. Oh, you got some footage there on the screen. Yeah. That's believe it or not, that's one of the smaller tractors that we were in.
Yeah, they can get gigantic.
This woman, she goes, you're going to drive it back in, and I go, no, I'm not. And she just got out.
She just jumped out
while it was moving, and I had to drive the tractor all the way back in. The thing's
That's
like
insane.
60 feet wide. With the sprayer on the back.
Yeah.
Like, I almost took out a barn. I'm like, lady, I'm used to, I drive a Toyota Sienna, a minivan. You should not have entrusted me to this.
This might be a stupid question, but do they have air conditioning in those things?
They have everything.
Do they?
No, those things are amazing pieces of machinery.
And so are they comfortable on the inside?
They are for the driver.
Yeah.
But like I'm sitting in like a little jump seat.
Right.
Not super comfortable for me.
You never see a baby seat in one of those things.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Those things are amazing piece of equipment.
Yeah.
They cost like over $1 million.
Yeah.
You kidding me? That's like $1 million.
And there's the woman. She's the one that made me drive. You
watching the
scared
video.
me. No, they have to. They have to maintain them. Obviously, their livelihood comes from maintaining these machines.
Sure.
And if they break down, they often have to take it apart, trailer it up, drive it several hours to get it fixed, load it back up, drive it back, and then get back out. And then they could miss the window. Of
Right.
Like it's a high pressure world,
Well,
man.
it's crazy because I just drove across the country last week, and
nice,
I was driving across like farmland America, Missouri, Oklahoma, Kansas, and
Yeah.
and the amount of stores there are that sell those pieces of equipment, those and then also like these tractor trailers that are hauling them on. You don't see that around here, but over there,
it's a different world.
Not in the strip mall next to the Spencer's.
I have memories. Okay, so as a kid, and we lived out kind of in the country a little bit. My dad hated when tractors would drive on the road.
Oh, right, because you got to sit behind them, right?
He would, and my dad was very vocal, and I kid you not, I remember this as like pre-kindergarten. I remember this a regular thing. My dad rolling down the window, going around a tractor, holding out his middle finger and going, "Get off the goddamn road!"
Oh, my God.
Screaming. There's a guy just going to get his tractor fixed.
This is my life. Like,
oh, my God.
I actually have to do this. If I don't do this, we're not going to eat. Oh,
God,
my grandfather was like that. He couldn't stand being made to wait.
Yeah.
He would go on the other shoulder. He worked for GM, right? He was a little bit of a big shot at GM way back in the day. So he got a new Cadillac every year. His name was George Bailey, by the way.
George Bailey from It's a Wonderful Life?
Yes, born in the same year as the character in the movie. So that movie's a big thing in my family. But the real life George Bailey had a crazy temper, which I have inherited and learned to control.
Right.
To some degree. There's a lot of road rage clips from Cash Cab that nobody ever saw.
Really?
I want to see those.
It would be a 5 DVD box set.
Because you seem very even-keeled to me.
Well, they edit. Man.
Well, dude, you were driving around Manhattan.
Yeah, Plus, Cash Cab made me realize that you can't live that way. Like, I'm driving in circles here. I'm making a game show. I need to learn to just relax.
Right.
Roll with it.
But your grandfather would go and drive on the other side of the road and on the shoulder?
He would, He was notoriously crazy on the road. He was super impatient. And if there was traffic, he would go, if he couldn't get around you, he would go off the road and drive on the grass.
Wow.
If he couldn't do that on
a Cadillac?
On his side, in a big old Cadillac, got a new one every year. He would go cut off the traffic, the oncoming traffic, and go the wrong way down that shoulder to avoid the traffic. And my grandmother would just be, she was used to it. She was just like aloof and just cruising along. They would drive, they went back and forth from Michigan to Arizona.
Jeez.
Every year for like 35 years or more. Wow. From one house to another.
Okay.
So, that's borderline sociopathic.
It is, yeah. One time he actually crashed. He went across the highway. He was going the wrong way on the far shoulder of the other side of the highway and crashed into an embankment.
Wow.
And cops showed up, the whole thing, you know.
Jeez. So my
grandmother said that it actually helped fix her lower back problems.
A good head-on collision.
With him,
So he was an upper level executive at GM?
Yeah, he was a VP at GM for a lot of years,
Oh, my God.
I don't have any money.
I was about to ask. Yeah.
What was your first car? Did you benefit from that?
I did. We benefited from that for years. My first car was a Caprice Classic.
Oh, yeah.
That we got super cheap.
Yeah.
Because my dad worked for GM, too, for a while. I originally lived outside of Detroit. So.
But those things had a big-ass V8 in them.
They did. They did.
We had one.
That car, man.
My parents had one, and when I was like 16, 17, and I would get to drive that car, and you bet your ass I would open that thing.
It was fast.
So
like you could lay down across those seats. Like
they
were awesome.
Crown Vic were cop cars, and did they use those as cop cars as well?
Yeah, they were cop cars or cabs.
Yeah.
They were huge.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, we got a family discount, right?
Yeah.
And so my mom and dad decided they would get a Caprice Classic with the big discount.
Right.
And then they just bought another one. We needed 2 cars, so they got another one, right? So then we moved to Jersey, and I never thought it was weird that we had 2 matching Caprice Classics. One that was light blue, one that was light green.
Okay, we had
otherwise
identical.
You had a light blue one too?
Yeah.
A 4-door?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. The
They must have thought you were
cool.
They must have thought you were mafia.
They thought we were strange. Like years later, my good buddy Seamus, just like 2 years ago, he goes, "Dude, when you guys moved to town, everybody was like, what's with the family that has 2 identical Caprice Classics?" And I was like, oh my God, you're right. I never realized just how weird that is. You're so strange.
Why is that weird? Well, if you like the car, why not get, Well, I almost, you have like
did you know anybody in your town that had 2 of the same?
How often have you ever seen
We were
that?
the only ones.
No,
Yeah.
I know. Well, I know somebody who's got 2 cross treks.
Now,
Okay.
to the kids,
What's a cross
Yeah,
track?
my sons.
Oh,
it's a Subarus. Yeah, that's true. All right.
Yeah, okay.
no, it's
I mean, I didn't think it was weird.
my first car was
Apparently, everyone else did.
was a death trap. I mean, that's what you usually where I grew up, you'd get a real clunker, and that'd be your first car. I didn't get top level treatment like you got.
Well, the deal was by the time we got them, they were old. But my sister and I, we each got one. She got the blue one, I got the green one.
It's wild.
And we paid $1. I bought it from my dad for $1. And then it was mine. I drove it till it had 366,000 miles on it or something.
Yeah.
I left it in a parking lot in the end. It only went in reverse and low 1. And then low 1 went. And I was like, that's it. That's it.
You just walked away from it?
Just walked away and left it in front of a laundromat in Virginia.
360,000 miles on it. Did you take
back then
fairly good care of it? I mean, at least oil changes and everything.
We took real good care of it.
Why don't you just torch it? Like you were ditching it. A crime vehicle.
I mean, you
If I had
strangled
it to do again.
every bit of life out of that vehicle.
Every bit.
Yeah.
But my dad was like, I can't believe you. He was mad for like a decade. He could have fixed it. A new transmission. I mean, Dad, we set records with that thing. Let it go.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Somebody probably has it that really needed a car, and like they worked on it, and
You talk about the anger and driving around in the city, and
oh yeah.
I mean, could you do that show today? I mean, with the way traffic is, and there's you're always hearing about somebody getting hit in Manhattan now by cabs and stuff like that. It seems like it's a lot more uncontrolled, and it seems a little bit more of a Wild West.
The vibe in Manhattan is now. I haven't been into Manhattan in a while. I took a break before I started touring again. But last time I was in there, I was like, yeah, things are different.
Yeah,
it's kind of a mutinous vibe on the streets of New York.
It's a mutiny.
It's COVID. There's more of the people that are out walking around seem to be homeless people,
right,
than ever before, and
they're
not listening to a lot of the rules.
Yeah,
There didn't seem to be, after all the protests and all that stuff, there was not a lot of police enforcement going on. There's like several hundred people that are sleeping in Washington Square Park every night again.
Wow. Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know if it is now, but like a year ago, it was.
Okay. I was just there in December. Went out there for a concert, and I was walking around the city just a little bit. And what it annoys me because all of the tourists, they like to walk down one or two streets. And you're just walking through a crowd of like just hundreds, if not thousands of people, and it's annoying. And all you have to do is like walk 3 or 4 streets over, and there's nobody there.
And there's nobody there.
Nobody there.
Yeah,
I don't
just
like
take
it's
a
the
different
lemming
route.
effect. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. We could still. I mean, we did it in 2019.
Right.
Was the last ones we did, the Bravo ones. The last ones aired in 2020. We could do it again. The thing that struck me when we were back out there, because we had like. We did it again for Discovery in 16 and 17.
That's right, yeah.
And then we did it again in 19. The different things that people were using to get around. Like people were going by me on bicycles and they weren't pedaling. I was like, what? What happened to bikes? People on skateboards with a remote.
Yes.
People riding a wheel like the BC comic wheel. Oh my God, that happened.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and segways and just all kinds of crazy vehicles.
Yeah.
Skateboards going like 50 miles an hour.
I have a thought about New York, and maybe you can concur with this, Ben, but I always think that I want to go to New York, and then I get there and I'm like, you know what, I really don't like this city very much. And Philly has a lot of what New York claims to have, like great restaurants and cool museums and stuff like that, but without the annoying New Yorkers.
I don't know. I can't really say that I think New Yorkers are terribly annoying any more than anywhere else.
Okay.
And there's still great restaurants and stuff.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what was nuts, though, and this is pre-COVID. We were driving around shooting the show, and like half to 2/3 of the retail spaces were empty.
Right.
And there's Amazon workers sorting packages on the street. Like they haven't even rented any space to do that in.
Right.
And all the retail shops are like gone.
Well,
and they haven't come back, man.
I was just reading
I don't know
an
what they're going to do. They're going to have to you have to sell an experience to be able to afford a retail space in Manhattan at this point.
I was just reading an article about that, there's tons of space, retail space and office space right here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's
that's
everywhere.
going unused.
Yeah.
Same in Manhattan. The difference is, and I've read this in a number of different articles, you could, and this article is making a case for this in Philadelphia, you could convert them into residential buildings,
right?
But it's harder to do that with a building where it's glass floor to ceiling.
Yeah, you're going to have to change.
Yeah, you're going to have to fundamentally change the entire building,
or have a big open lobby space that's useless.
Right. Yeah, like downstairs.
Put a couch. It's like 20-foot ceilings, and the whole first floor is just like one couch and a little desk.
The lobby in this building is sprawling.
It is huge,
and there's I hardly ever see anybody in there.
There was no one in it when I came through. This whole complex, to me, by the way, is a little bit weird.
Yeah.
I drive down here. I don't know how to pronounce the name of
Ballackinwood.
Ballackinwood.
Yes.
Yeah. How is that wood?
It's Welsh.
It's Welsh.
It's Welsh.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense to me. I'm like going back to I thought it was Ballackinwood.
Most people do.
And I was like, that is, it's just such a strange little place, man.
It is.
Where are you originally from?
I've kind of been all over. I was born in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Home of the Corvette.
Yes.
Yep.
My grandfather worked at that was a Chrysler plant.
Okay.
Before it was the Corvette plant.
Okay.
And my other grandfather worked head of security at that Chrysler plant.
All right.
For years and years.
So how come you didn't end up with a Corvette?
Yes.
Here's a crazy confession. My uncle worked at the plant when it was a Corvette plant.
Right.
Took me on a tour when I was like 13 or 14. And they let me sit in a Corvette at the end of it, and I stole the key.
Oh, my God.
Thinking, my young 12-year-old brain, like, one day I'll see this Corvette on the street, and I'll just get in and drive away.
Found it!
Such an idiot. And I just felt so guilty that's all it did was just made me feel horribly guilty for like 25 minutes.
I mean, you essentially stole a car.
Yeah. Yes, I just forgot to take the good part.
And so, but you lived all over?
Yeah, Bowling Green, Kentucky, Rochester, Michigan, then Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh, you didn't say that right. It's Louisville, man.
Well, I didn't think you guys would know.
I've roots in Kentucky.
It even more like Louisville.
Louisville. Yeah.
And then Jersey.
And then Jersey. All right. And that's where you are now?
Yeah, I live in Morristown, New Jersey now.
Oh, okay.
Not too far.
Morris.
Yeah.
Not Moors.
Not Moors.
Not Morristown. Yeah.
So like about an hour and 45 from here.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, man.
And so you do get down to Philly from time to time. By the way, Ben is going to be at Soul Joel's tonight. And then I think you got some gigs coming up in Reading later on in the year. You're doing a
Reading,
full tour
PA.
right now.
I got another PA date. I'm doing 2 dates in PA on May 5th and 6th.
Okay.
Oh,
A place called Reverb in Reading on the 6th. Can't remember the name of the place on the 5th, but yeah, I'm going to be out and about, man. I got a lot of gigs.
Dude, you're going to Honolulu.
I'm going to Honolulu, man.
Oh, wow.
I think I'm going to Alaska, too.
Honolulu
It's not up
is they call it the Reading of the Pacific.
Have you played?
It kind of is, man. I've done it before. Yeah.
Have you played all 50 states?
I have, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, done
All
shows in all 50 states. Wyoming was the last one to tick.
No kidding.
That's when you do stand up, and I did stand up years ago. I've been to every state in the union, and by hook or crook, you're going to get everywhere.
Yeah,
and I'm glad for that. I'm glad
it's cool, man.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Is there any area in particular?
All right, I've done all of them, man. That's kind of nuts.
Is there any area in particular that you like to head to that besides obviously warm, but is there where the audiences really are prime for you and what you do?
I like doing shows in San Francisco a lot. I think that's on my schedule for end of June. I've been going to the Pacific Northwest a ton.
Yeah, really?
I don't know why, but like Spokane, Seattle, Tacoma. I was just in Everett, Washington, in a town called Enumclaw. Enumclaw, Washington.
All right.
Yeah, that was last weekend.
All right, when you book Honolulu, tell me you plan a full week of just hanging out in Hawaii, right?
That's actually why I'm going to Honolulu.
Okay, all right.
Because I played in this celebrity golf thing, and they auctioned off vacation at the Four Seasons Maui.
Whoa, nice!
I know the manager there.
Do you really?
I do. Yeah, that's where they shot White Lotus. The first season of White Lotus.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, and we can talk off air about it, but the first girl I ever kissed, her now husband, runs that
Four Seasons in Maui. He used to run the Four Seasons here in Philadelphia, and now that's what his job is. Yeah.
I'm just going to complain that I didn't get the room that I booked.
And then
for 13 weeks.
Yes. I've never been to Hawaii, but that's on my bucket list. And
that is
that place. Yeah.
Nick, float him a C note to crap in his luggage.
Those are high-end joints, man.
Yeah.
So I bid on it and I won it. Wow. 4 nights, and then we did the event again, and it came up again, and I bid on it again. Wow. So I have 8 nights.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my
That's sensational.
8 nights in Maui. I was like, if I can book the gig in Honolulu is like barely going to pay for my flight.
So why not?
But I think I'm going to jump around and do some other. There's apparently a bunch of comedy rooms on other islands.
All right.
On that bid, on that stay, did you get a decent deal? Would it have cost you more if you were?
It would have cost me way more.
Okay.
That's why I was confident in my bidding, because I knew how much it would cost to book it.
Okay.
Because I had looked, and I got a good deal.
Nice. I have a trip to Costa Rica that me and some friends, we were at a charity event and we put in on it and we won it.
Nice.
And then like 3 weeks later, COVID hit and we haven't taken it up. We have not followed through on that yet. We still have it. We keep checking and make sure they're going to honor it.
That's the big secret, though. If you do charity events, a lot of times it depends on how you play it. They'll have these packages
They're good usually.
that are like crazy good, and you can get them for a song and a dance sometimes.
Well, even if you pay like close to full price or full price, it's a tax write-off.
Yeah, it was a charity.
It's a vacation.
Yeah.
The whole thing is a write-off because you bought it through a charity.
You know what's crazy is I've been to a couple of events where they have people bidding on these prizes, and 2 different times there was an African safari that, listen, it is an $8,000 to $10,000 trip. People it was like $1,000. I mean, so much so that I'm texting my wife. I'm like, "Can I bid on this?" She's like, "I'm going to Africa." I'm going to Africa. I'm like, "Are you sure?"
Then you get caught in a bidding war, right?
Yeah.
I went to this thing in New York once. It was like I felt like James Bond. Everyone was in tuxes. There was a big poker tournament, and then they had a big silent auction, and then a big real auction, and they auctioned off a week on Richard Branson's private island.
Necker Island.
Necker Island.
It went for like $8,000.
Oh,
and it would have cost $50,000.
Oh.
Then they auctioned off a trip into outer space, and this is before it actually happened. Since then, that has actually happened.
On the front of a Tomahawk missile.
In a Tesla on the top of a SpaceX rocket.
Oh, wow.
No, it was Virgin Galactic.
Yeah. Okay.
But it was before they had done it, right? So people are bidding and bidding and bidding.
Do you remember what that went for?
$250,000.
Whoa.
And there were guys bidding, back and forth. They got to $250, and they were both at $250, and the guy said, "You can both go." Which is a great little auction move that I've seen a couple times since then.
Made $500,000 right there.
$500,000
That's
right there.
Huge.
Jesus.
I assume those people have done it since then.
So you got to look for a club in space.
Yes,
So
I just need to find a gig out and out. You know what? I have no desire to go to outer space.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's no air.
I heard about that.
That's true. We need that.
Yeah.
Usually we need that.
When you travel somewhere, you want to
you want to step out
take it in.
Gag.
Not the case.
And the smells of the local.
Well, fortunately, you're not in space. You're going to be in Pottstown tonight, and that's just
Pottstown,
lovely. It's the Honolulu of Pennsylvania.
They do
That's
have
what
oxygen
they say,
out there.
right? They have air.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
They have pots.
In fact, they boast about
And they
it.
got Soul Joel, man. I like that guy.
Yep. So that's
good
where
dude.
Ben will be tonight, 7:00. And if you want to go, you can get tickets at souljoels.com. Unfortunately, we got to wrap here, bud. But
all right, man. Great to see you.
Lovely
guys,
to
man.
see you. Welcome back to Philadelphia.
Thanks,
all right. So let's hear it for Ben Bailey, guys. Yeah. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. Noel Gallagher, Shirley Manson. They'll be joining us when we return. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
I say to you, if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by this time,
legit?
well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed. And then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen.
Yeah.
You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this: a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Holy hell.
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Oh my God.
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you.
Casey started doing
like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left and right. Are we going here?
Well, yeah. I mean, dude, why is that illegal?
Rub and tugs?
Yeah.
There is that. This is an age-old question about the. In fact, right before the Magna Carta came into being, there was the rub and tug.
I mean, there is a separation of church and state, right? So, is morality a church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper than I thought. We were simply playing a goofball, but you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion.
Yeah.
Let's lighten things up a bit.
How do we want to proceed into the next thing that we're going to do?
Well, I think we should. Where did Bill go? Oh, Bill, could I trouble you to come over here? I got to ask your opinion on the air about something. If you
Bill Weston, man about town.
He just goes, oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Yes, well, the real reason we have rused you into this studio is to offer you our thanks and congratulations, and allow me to read the words of Kevin Gunn, if I may attempt.
You certainly may, sir.
So, we call him the man about town. We kid him about his kitchen cleaning, dashing wardrobe, and how he presides over meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. He's always open to ideas, but he often reminds us that, quote, this is not a democracy. Probably a good thing, too. Can you imagine if the Preston and Steve show, me, Jackie Bam Bam, Jackson, Brent, and the rest of the MMR staff were left unchecked to their own devices? Or if there was no one to say, let's think this through? Or have you considered what might happen if, or the building might not go for that? Or, are you out of your freaking minds? You want to do what? But there it is. Bill Weston, the adult in the room. He is our leader through a business that is open 24/7, 365 days a year. He has to deal with the creative types, the executives, the sales staff, the accountants, the consultants, the concert promoters, the bands, their managers, countless live events, listener comments, office demolition and construction, and it is quite a job. He does all of this with a measured demeanor, self-effacing sense of humor, and a wealth of experience and wisdom. This year, he has also taken up the additional task of overseeing MMR's 50th anniversary celebration and has done so, might I say, with limitless energy and incredible savvy. So, in addition to being the man about town, Bill Weston is also the man about music, the man about programming, the man about administration, the man about meetings, the man about sometimes saying no. In short, the man who's all about this radio station. And that is why, and probably to his chagrin, we, his staff, award him the well-earned and long overdue recognition as the Rock of MMR.
Go. Thank you. Thank you. That's no idea. And yes, to my chagrin, because this was something that we came up with to award to or recognize people that don't get recognition.
The unsung.
Yeah, this happens just a couple of times a year, this award is handed out.
Right.
It is a giant rock on a platform, and it's got the MMR logo, and then it's got little spaces for whoever might be the rock at any given time.
Yeah, like the Stanley Cup, the names are added to the rock. Right. And now we add Bill's name to that.
That's I'm touched, and I really appreciate the sentiments expressed in your missive. Who wrote that?
Kevin wrote it. My presentation, but entirely Kevin, who is a genius and brilliant and one of our great ones. He wrote the words.
Yes, my reward is I get to work with really talented people who are in much better positions to act
stupid
freely and
freely.
Well, the idea, the words that Kevin put in there, you want to do what? Which mostly applies to you guys.
Yes.
You want to light a refrigerator on fire in the parking lot and then add 7 cars to the mix and see if we can cause a giant mechanical explosion?
Yes. That's
I mean, consider what we have done in the last 15 years. To just imagine what he has said no to.
Oh yeah.
Well, then tolerating a pony coming in.
Yes.
Well, he didn't know about that one.
Yeah.
Never.
Some things you beg for forgiveness.
You just don't apprise him up.
I thank you very, very much. That's like I said, my reward. I was just came back from a long motorcycle trip out in California.
Right.
Actually went through Petaluma, Pierre, and I was telling these guys that I was hanging with, just regular guys, retired cops and plumbers and whatever. I said, I still love my job. I am blessed to be able to work at WMMR with people who care, and actually, their first response to something that needs to be done isn't that's not my job. It's to how can I help? Right. And it's that kind of atmosphere that we have, and we involve our listener because they're an integral part of that radio station. It's a great thing. So this is very cool. I appreciate whoever took the initiative.
A complete surprise, would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had no idea. I was over in engineering looking at floor plans. And Chuck says, we need you in the studio. I said, they need more time off. What are they going to ask for, more vacation time? Preston's complaining about too many live reads. I'm like, oh my God, what is it?
But the thing is, every one of us has worked for insane program directors at various times, and I think the nature of the job drives people over the edge, and for some reason it has not done so with you. You've retained this balance that even if you're pissed at us, you present it in a nice way, and you don't call someone while they're on the air and say you should never have done that. You wait until they're off, and then you take them in and have them strapped down. And you truly have this balance and this calmness that is in a frantic group of madmen and women that we are. You really are a father figure that doles out a lollipop when needed and sends you to your room when needed, but does so in this balanced, calm, and reasonable and nice fashion.
Thank you for saying that, Pierre.
There's really something extraordinary about it.
They say in teacher, sometimes you teach what you cannot do.
Right.
You guys do something that I wish I could do. I started out as a disc jockey and was pretty mediocre at it, So I respect and appreciate what everybody does and the talents in this room, on air, and also in our programming and promotions department. I appreciate that. And
you get a parking spot now, too.
Yeah, that's right. It comes with a parking spot.
And one other thing, he's worked so hard on this 50th anniversary.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
He's pulled out, he's found archive selections I didn't even know we had, and I've been here for a long time. I mean, he found America singing A Horse with No Name. He found...
We had to steal that back from the guy who stole the tapes from us.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's found so many cool things and gotten, really worked the Foo Fighters thing and the Bon Jovi thing for these special 50th parties that we've had, and U2 and all these other things, and he's just on this 50th alone, he's really
and the fact that he forged on even after learning that it's the 49th.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Miscounted.
Yeah.
I mean, almost single-handedly ruined the Bon Jovi concert. I mean, I don't know anybody else that could do that.
That gave us a great story, though, for on air.
If you hadn't heard, we did a group photo right before the band took the stage, and they all have in-ear monitors and these little, what look like Walkman kind of thing attached to them, power pack.
I was wearing this jacket, by the way, and it got hooked on the button on my coat, and it yanked it out of his ears, and he gave me the dirtiest look.
They're seconds. I mean, he's in...
Wasn't Bill's fault.
No, it was nobody's fault. But they were like they were running on the stage and they stopped to do a group photo. And then in one of those bizarre Spinal Tap, truly moments, John's wire that goes from his ear to this little backpack that they all have in their pockets caught on Bill's coat.
Well, that's what you get for wearing a blazer to a rock concert.
I know. That really was my fault. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
All right.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Pierre.
Bill Weston, the rock of MMR and Man About Town.
He is the S.
Yep, absolutely. The ESPYs are stupid, but I didn't see it. Marissa, you watched it. How did Danica Patrick look? She was hosting it, right?
She looked good. You know who looked really good?
Pretty much all I'm concerned about. What?
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale
Of course
came
she
out.
would look great.
Why was she there?
Yeah. Is she a wife of someone?
She presented, I don't know if she's promoting something maybe, but she presented Best Championship, I think, which went to like
Best
the Astros.
Championship. Best Championship. That's a category.
Steve and I got up close and personal to Kate Beckinsale when we were in Hawaii. She was promoting the movie Pearl Harbor, and she was at that time, Steve. I remember us going, "This is the most beautiful human being that I've ever been in close proximity
You and I
to."
were like, like in Zoolander. We could not understand what is this thing? What is?
We're just hitting things.
I mean, it's like no human looks like that. And then you have the other end of the scale, two sloths like us.
Oh my God. She comes walking closer. We just start bouncing up and down a little bit.
It's okay. It's okay. Here's a gummy bear.
Then he calmed down a little bit. Our next guest is excited to be here. He was just talking about the Eagles' Super Bowl victory because last time he was here, Bo Allen was in studio.
That's right.
And they got to hang out together.
Bo Allen was like ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pauly Shore is here with us.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
It was like Bradley Cooper against Mark Wahlberg, right? Is that what the vibe was?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hilarious, right?
It really was. Yeah.
It was great.
And Mark
I was so happy for you. First of all, congratulations. And I'm not just saying that. I love sports. I'm obsessed with sports. So I was really into it, and I was so happy. I like that pass that he did.
Yeah.
The side pass.
Oh, the Philly.
Right in their face, dude.
No,
that was like straight up right in your face.
Yeah, they pulled out a trick play there. And
it was right in their
everybody
face.
out.
Belichick's like, what? He starts sweating, and then the big Samoan guy threw his headphones on. This is crap. What's going on here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In LA, because here the sports celebrities they're the biggest celebrities.
Yeah.
It's like the sports guys, and then like your news anchors and stuff like that.
Right.
Like who's bigger out there?
No, I was. It's funny. I was at the there's an exclusive club called the Soho House.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of the Soho?
I have heard of it, yeah.
So they're like in LA, New York. I was there and I saw. This was just 2 weeks ago. I saw Carmelo Anthony hanging out with Russell Westbrook, and they were just sitting there, and I freaked out. You know, I'm like, I love it.
Do they notice you? I mean, because you is there any?
Yeah, they're like, man, keep that guy away from me. It's scary. Man, that dude is scary. Keep him away from me. No, they all grew up with me.
Yeah, that's because you're
there's like a connection there.
Your life actually from the MTV days and from the movies and from the access that you had. You talk about access and about celebrities and seeing celebrities and living out there in LA and on the Strip. And the Playboy Mansion you were a regular at. I mean, you have got the kind of stories.
I forgot about that part. That was the part that you carve out those 7 years. You just carve them out.
What was that like in the heyday?
I just say the word heaven. I was very fortunate, very lucky, very blessed. My mom and dad gave me the most amazing life in the world.
Yeah, a little bit of this. Hang on a second here. Oh yeah, you're right.
I'm only happy when it rains.
It's raining right now, so that fits right in with it.
We're professionals.
Our next guests are playing. It's a tour that they are both bands are a part of, and they're going to be in Philadelphia. In fact, tickets go on sale for the show at 10 a.m. today, so a little less than an hour from now, and the show is going to be at the Man, which we of course know summertime is an amazing venue to see outdoor shows. July 14th is when it is taking place, and we are excited to welcome Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds. We have Noel Gallagher, and from Garbage, Shirley Manson. Both here. Good morning to both of you.
Thank you.
Wonderful to have you guys on. Listen, we've had both Steve and I here on the program, and Casey and several others here in the studio have worked in Philadelphia for a long, long time. So we've had personal encounters with both of you guys before. You're both lovely people. I will start by saying, Noel, it was probably back in, 98, 99, something like that. You came through Philadelphia. I was a younger broadcaster at the time and was terrified at the fact to sit down for an interview with you because you had kind of an intimidating air about you, but you turned out to be just the nicest guy, and I just have always appreciated that.
Oh, well, I've changed now. I've actually grown into being a horrible son of a bitch.
Now you're a dick. I love it. Hey, you're entitled after all these years, Noel.
And no, I want
to... I'm a grumpy old man now.
I also want to say, because we worked at Y100, Jim McGuinn was our boss. I don't know if that name rings a bell, but you did something for us called a Sonic session where you performed in Sonic recording studios for a small audience. And you did a solo version of Wonderwall that I think is way better than the original.
Steady on.
No, it's solid. It is a really, really solid version.
Actually, Shirley, you did one of those as well for Garbage performed for us. There was, it's great when you see artists are able to scale down and bring it the way both of you did. I wanted to ask you guys, being on a tour together, I know there are different dynamics that exist. Were you guys, friends prior to this? Certainly you operate in the same circles, but was there a friendship, or is it being forged as we speak?
You can take this one, Noel.
Okay, well, we won't mention the children, but I think we met early on, probably at an award ceremony in passing. But I don't think I've ever had a night out with Shirley, unless I'm completely mistaken, Shirley. I don't know.
That's in our future, Noel.
Well, indeed. But no, of course. Of course, I've never slagged Garbage off, which is why we're going on tour together. Because when somebody,
which is a miracle, really, because you've slagged everybody off.
Well, I know this is the thing. It's kind of like one of one band. When someone was saying, "Fancy this tour," and I was like, "Surely I must have slagged Garbage off in the 90s."
Can I actually interject here and tell that this is a true story?
Okay.
In the 90s, during Britpop, Noel and his brother were one of very few male rock stars to be respectful and cool and funny and kind to me. And that goes a long way, and you never forget that, ever. And he has always had my undying respect as a result. Like, I love him.
And
I'm really thrilled to be going on tour with him.
Oh, that's
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That's very true, though. I'm not just saying that to be sort of, coy. It's really true. Like, Britpop was kind of had a sort of nasty, sort of misogynistic edge to it that the Gallagher brothers never possessed.
That's great to hear that. Look at see, and dispelling, these impressions. But I would just think also there's a dynamic, well, obviously you have the mutual respect. We've heard of tours where the different acts are not getting along and so on and so forth. It always seems to me, how could you possibly go out on tour and do that if it's not something you enjoy and something? I mean, are there points where you plan on bringing each other out on stage, or is it pretty much one act performs and anything like that? Any crossover?
I don't know. Let's start with the dinner first.
It's getting very romantic. I wanted to ask.
This is getting right weird.
I wanted to ask you, Noel, about the album Council Skies, your recent album, and you worked you had a little bit of a collaboration with Johnny Marr, which is very cool, and some other. I think Robert Smith did a remix. Is it?
The Pet Shop Boy.
Okay, yeah, and the Pet Shop Boys. Is it cool for you to as an artist to see other people take a swing at your music, or is it kind of a nail biter?
Well, Johnny, I've known for over 30 years. I've known Johnny since before I was in Oasis. So, the cool thing about being in the music business and what you do is you're only like 1 degree of separation away from someone like Robert Smith, who I'd never met. And I just had an idea one night, what if we asked Robert Smith to do a remix? And then before you know it, you're on the phone to him. And turns out he's a lovely guy. I mean, I've been a fan of The Cure all my life. And then he's a lovely guy and he loved the track. And same with the Pet Shop Boys. I've loved the Pet Shop Boys since I was, into Top of the Pops. And that's really cool when you can just, phone these people up and they're aware of what you do. And I'm always amazed that people like what I do, I've got to say. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
No, it is cool. That the Cure, they did an all mixed up album where they did their own songs, and I will yes, some of those versions of the remixes I think are better than the fantastic original version. So there's certainly an art to that. As and we're looking through the history of both of you, and considering with your current band, the High Flying Birds, been around for a while. Do you have a fan base that is, I would assume at this point, a cultivated fan base that is nothing but this band, correct?
I don't know. I wouldn't. Would I be confident enough to put that to the test? And I wasn't doing any Oasis tunes. I don't know whether I would be. I'm not sure. I don't know. I just think that when people come to see me live, I'm not that mental enough to think that they wouldn't want to hear Half the World Away and Don't Look Back in Anger and blah blah blah. Whatever,
okay.
Little bit. So I'm not that much of an egomaniac, but I like playing all those old songs anyway. I mean, I only get to do it once every 3 or 4 or 5 years, so it's kind of it's special for me. It's not like I dine out on the fact that I was in Oasis for all that time. But
okay.
I tend not to overthink those kind of things.
Don't Look Back in Anger. It's funny because I have a 17-year-old daughter, and I had her and a friend in my car, actually just like a month ago, and I played them a live version of that where I believe it was at Wembley, because I was telling them I'm like it's kind of weird. It's almost like a British anthem. You play it in a stadium, and you'll have 80 to 100,000 people singing that back to you. I don't know can you describe what that feels like when you have tens of thousands of people singing that back to you in an anthem-like fashion?
It's terrifying.
How so?
Well, because you're on a huge, you're being outsang by 80,000 people. And particularly if they start getting the words wrong. Or they don't know the second verse. This is the great thing with all Oasis songs. Nobody knows any second verse.
He's right.
Not even the fucking singer knew the second verse.
Let me ask.
It's an amazing privilege that song in particular has lived as long as it has. Honestly, I couldn't even put it into words.
Shirley, I have to ask you because I've been noticing, and we Kate Bush had a resurgence with her running up that hill, and strangely. But I've been hearing garbage songs pop up a lot lately. There seems to be sort of a little bit of a rediscovery. They're being applied in different shows and stuff like that. Is that cool to you? Or, it's got to be wild to see this sort of, I don't know if you'd call it a rebirth, but a reappreciation of some of your earlier music.
Well, it's always nice to be reappreciated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's never disappointing. It's always really great, especially when it's a new generation that is sort of being exposed to you. So yeah, of course, it's fabulous.
And Shirley, I have to ask that you had about your hip surgery. You had that recently, and how has that healed up? And how do you feel after all of that?
I don't know. I didn't heal as fast as I hoped I would. Everybody kept telling me, you'll be walking like literally the next again day, and it took me about a month to get up on my feet, which sort of shocked me a little, and it was good for my ego. It was sort of a reminder, you are human. Yeah. You need to chill out.
You're not godlike status.
No, I'm not.
You did something.
Not even close.
You did something that is, I'm a huge James Bond fan. You did a James Bond song, obviously, for The World Is Not Enough, and you played the sound of 007 in concert. I think it was at the Royal Albert Hall. Are you, in fact, a full James Bond fan yourself? And if so, who's your favorite Bond?
Well, I'm Scottish, so of course I'm a Bond fan. We basically see it as our franchise.
Yes.
And of course, and it has to be Sean Connery.
There we go.
100%.
Well done.
Yes.
Thank you.
She answered
Thank you,
1,000.
everybody.
Well, listen, we know you guys, your time is short, but we appreciate it this morning. And just reminding people, tickets go on sale for this this bill with Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds and Garbage. And Metric, that's another good band. They're going to be at The Man on July 14th. Love that band.
It's a cool bill.
They're a great band.
Ticketmaster.com to get the tickets. So, guys, thank you so much. And we will see you this summer in Philadelphia, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Wonderful. Noel Gallagher and Shirley Manson, guys, on the program this morning. Nice. Excellent. She's great. I used to, man, did I crush on Shirley Manson.
I know you
She had
did.
that look.
And the Scottish accent, I think personally, on a woman is the sexiest accent.
Really?
And for
There you
some
go.
reason, I've always loved that.
So I'm, and it doesn't go into detail on their IMDb's, but it says that Shirley Manson was a writer on Captain Marvel, which I'm like, how? And then Noel Gallagher was also a writer in a couple of episodes of Ted Lasso.
No way.
He is a massive football fan, soccer fan, and I think
he's a Manchester United fan.
Yeah.
Me too.
Hey, did I just read that Manchester United is up for sale, or
you guys want to go in?
Halvesies?
Yeah. Well,
3-way, 5-way,
5-way,
something like that, 6-way.
You know, Case, I think when they get writing credit, it's because one of their songs shows.
Is that what it is?
Shows up, yeah.
Oh, you know what? And Captain Marvel was all 90s music.
It was all female 90s music.
And there's probably Oasis music in Ted Lasso.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. Yeah, in fact, I know they've. I remember them singing Wonderwall. Like the whole team together.
So they have to give them writing credits in the IMDb credits, and the credits for the shows themselves.
And in fact, damn it, I wish I would have thought of this in the first episode of Ted Lasso, when she's going to fire the current coach. She comes in, she's telling them all the things that's wrong with him, your casual misogyny, and she goes, and also the fact that your testicles fall out of your shorts all the time. And then she goes, in fact, there's one now, and there's the other. She goes, Liam and Gallagher. She goes, Noel and Liam. Not exactly an Oasis, though. So actually, his testicle called out on that. All right, well, listen, today is Friday.
Yeah?
And I think I need to put my hat on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's Connoisseur time.
It's time for the Friday edition of the Connoisseur. I always get hungry during the Connoisseur.
I do too.
We haven't done this in a while, Preston.
Oh, you know what? Thank you
Your
very much.
friggin' bell.
Yeah.
Friggin' bell.
Frickin' bell. I do have the chef's hat, but hey.
Yeah, go ahead.
put it on.
You know what? It's a crappy day. We need all the pomp and pageantry that we can scare up.
I think it fits over my headphones. I don't remember.
We need a soup. We need a chef's hat for the fattest headed chef around. Hey! It has an elastic band on the back of it, Preston.
How stupid does this look, Kathy?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
It's going over your headphones.
All right.
It's fine.
It's pushing my headphones in closer to my ear, so
Ooh,
everything
maybe that's the way to
sounds
do it.
richer and louder. All right, so first order this morning, and you want to see Kathy's attention perk up?
Yes.
National Margarita Day.
I just sent that to Nick. Did you send it to him?
No. We're great minds singing alike. It's Wednesday, right?
It's next Wednesday.
I told Nick in hopes that he'd find a Mexican restaurant to bring margaritas in on Wednesday so we can have a meet and eat.
Well, Philadelphia and suburban restaurants and bars are going to celebrate the region's love of margs on National Margarita Day next Wednesday. From classic to flavored, on the rocks to frozen, from salt rims to sugar and everything in between. Area restaurants are going to roll out specials and features all day, with everything from $5 margaritas, flights, food features, and pitcher specials as well.
That's our skate date night, so I hope that they serve margaritas.
That would be nice. And by the way, oh my God, I haven't even done those giveaways yet. Yeah, we have the skate date rescheduled next Wednesday. I'll do that in a minute.
All right.
So stand by. We're going to do some giveaways with that. By the way, Kathy, given your choice, what type of margarita do you appreciate, or how do you like your margarita served? Do you like it rocks or frozen, salt, sugar? What do you prefer?
So I like it on the rocks, and I like more of like either like a homemade simple syrup or just agave, like so more of what they call a skinny margarita.
Okay.
And I like good tequila in it. I don't like their house tequila or something like that. Like I'll actually upgrade and kind of get a better tequila in it. But I like it on the rocks. I don't like sugar. I'm sorry, I don't like salt.
Oh, you don't like salt?
No. If it's like a salt, pepper, or like salt sugar mix. Sometimes they do. I'll
Sweet
do that. Like,
and savory?
like if they do like a fancy rim, I'll try that out. But I'm not straight salt. It's too much for me.
I don't think I've had anything outside of just salt before.
Yeah, there's like a couple of places that'll do like maybe if they do like a blood orange margarita, or they kind of do different types. They'll do a different rim.
You ever try tahini? It's an interesting spice.
I know what you're talking about.
And I've had it in a few different margaritas. It's
on the rim.
Yeah, and it's kind of salty, but it's like this interesting Mexican spice, but it can complement a margarita really well.
Okay. Well, here's a list of some margarita joints, if you want, Kath. So some places that are going to be participating in this: Al Pastor, which is in Exton, Añejo Philly in Northern Liberties.
Bajmir.
Then you have a number of Garza's restaurants. Buena Onda, he has several of them. The one at the Art Museum, Rittenhouse, and Radnor. Cantina dos Segundos in Northern Liberties. Kavanaugh's Head House on South Street. El Camino Real in Northern Liberties. Grace and Proper Italian Market. Las Cazuelas, BYOB in Northern Liberties. And Tio Flores at Graduate Hospital.
So is there a mocktail version of your
Virgin Mark?
Are they worth a damn?
Mock?
Yeah.
You could definitely get a mock margarita.
Yeah, you just don't put the alcohol in
No
it.
tequila.
You'd be fine.
We're kind of friends with Garza's, right? He'll probably come in on Wednesday if we ask him to.
The margarita I make at home is, and a friend of mine taught me this recipe, or what I prefer to have in it is obviously a good tequila, some Cointreau, and a little bit of Grand Marnier. And obviously margarita mix.
That's funny. I don't like Grand Marnier, and anytime it's used in a margarita, it throws me off. And I finally realized that's what it was about it. I didn't like whatever that taste is just not. It's just not for me.
It's not appealing to you.
Yeah,
You guys can't go drinking together then.
Sure.
We could
do different. Yeah, we could do different margaritas. So I make. A friend of mine taught me how to make my own simple syrup, and so I'll do that, and I'll make it myself, and then I'll squeeze the lemons and that's the other thing. It has to be fresh squeezed lemons or limes.
Simple syrup is just equal parts water and sugar.
Right, and then so I meant the whole margarita. I'll squeeze it's half lemon, half lime. Add that. Sometimes we add a little
triple sec.
Not triple sec. What did you say before? The
Cointreau.
Yeah, sometimes we'll add a little bit of Cointreau, but that makes it a little too sweet for me.
Why are you wasting your time trying to learn how to cook when it's clear you're a bartender?
Seriously, Steve. Seriously.
All right, so that's next week.
Look at the passion she's putting into this.
That is next Wednesday. Order up. All right, I didn't sort through these. Sorry. Let's see here.
Get your sorting hat.
You know what? They need
Gryffindor.
All right, how about this? A study conducted. I take this hat off.
Yeah.
Come on.
There. It sounds weird. It's pushing too hard on my headphones.
It probably gives you a headache.
So, a study conducted by the University of Chicago Medicine found that a cup.
A cup?
Yeah, a cup.
Wait, hang on. Wrong button.
Okay.
Yeah, a cup.
Thank you. A cup of hot noodles is a big cause of injuries for children.
A big cup of hot noodles is a cause of injuries for children?
Yeah, a cup of hot noodles. Between 2010 and 2020, cups of instant noodles were responsible for 1/3 of children's burn injuries caused by hot liquids.
Wow.
According to a doctor behind the study, said our hope is to develop the groundwork for future burn prevention programming. Essentially, all childhood burns are in some way preventable.
They say that 51% of the people that died during World War I died from ramen.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. My kids love these things, the cup of noodles. And now that's all like spicy, the spicy noodles. I don't know, Nick, if you're... If Ben is in that same wheelhouse.
So. Spicy noodle? But I like a spicy noodle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it is just ramen. It's not that expensive.
I love ramen.
Yeah. But
that's one of my main reasons for wanting to go to Japan.
But I'll tell you, me too. But you
can get it around here, guys.
But they have.
You can do other stuff in Japan.
They have ramen all over the place. I get little sub ramen things, and every other restaurant has a specialty flavor.
It's probably delicious.
Yeah. One of the dumbest and worst burns I ever got was in college when I had a hot pot and I was cooking my ramen noodles in the hot pot, and I accidentally tripped over it. And I was wearing socks, and the boiling water went all over my foot. But the problem was my sock had soaked it all up. My sock.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yes. And then essentially just spread the burn. and the burn never went away. It just
'cause it held it
continued to
in.
burn. It held it in. Oh my God.
You were the subject of Ramen Feet, which was a Touchstone film.
Wow.
Yeah.
That
Ramen
sucks.
Feet.
So you stepped in it?
I stepped in it.
In a puddle of scalding hot water with your sock on?
The ramen has killed all the nerves in your feet.
How quickly did you rip that sock off?
It took me a second to realize what was happening. So probably a good 5 seconds or so.
Oh, my God.
Maybe even more.
Oh, no.
But I was like, ow, 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 ow.
Ramen
Why
foot.
is this not going away?
It's a very inspiring story.
Yeah.
It is.
And look, you turned your life around.
There was a happy ending.
Yeah.
By the way,
The producers of Mask, Ramen Feet.
so the study reviewed 790 cases of children admitted to Chicago's burn center and attributed 31% of those cases to instant noodles. And being unsupervised posed an additional risk. So adults should always remove noodles from the microwave and keep them out of reach until the water has cooled. Eating at the table also helps. So be careful with the microwave noodles. Yes.
Not only are my kids super into these cup of noodles, but Kathy, Avery now, she'll take the pack of ramen, not the cup of noodles, and she makes her own. So it usually comes with that bouillon.
Yeah.
She does away with the bouillon and does her own thing. And I think it's all from TikTok stuff that she's learning on TikTok. Yeah. Because now what's that?
She just eats it dry?
No. She boils it and everything, but
Flavors
then
it
she
herself.
flavors
She
it
gets
herself.
rid of the bouillon.
Yeah.
So she doesn't. I thought you were going to say she found a way to use that as spices for other things.
No, but I refuse to throw those bouillons away. So now I have all these bouillon.
What are you going to do with them?
I don't know. But I have 17 packets of chicken bouillon.
Follow me downstairs. All right, open that door. Look at all the bouillons. I've been saving them, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, you could.
How many years worth of bouillons in here?
Maybe TikTok has something for you to do with them. Hang on a second.
Just might.
Chris has a comment about ramen. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hey, not only is next Wednesday Margarita Day, did you know next week is National Diarrhea Awareness Week?
Oh!
National Diarrhea
Coincidence?
Awareness Week. Okay.
It's also Fat Tuesday.
Runs till Friday.
That's it.
Dad
I'll
joke.
give you one of those.
All right. But you had something about ramen, legit.
I do. Now, this is also what Casey was kind of saying. This was a recipe I got off of TikTok or Instagram. But ramen noodle lasagna.
Ramen noodle lasagna.
Okay. Let me ask you, do you take it and does it stay in that square shape when you're cooking it?
So the ramen is actually, you have to split it in half.
Okay.
And then you put a layer down there in your lasagna pan. We put some salt first, obviously. Then you put a layer down. Then you put your ricotta on top of it. Then your mozzarella. And then you put then another layer of sauce. You just repeat that. Like I said, I got it off of TikTok. And it goes in hard and comes out soft.
All right. So
that can be said of anyone.
So the pasta sauce is going to be absorbed by the ramen, and that'll give it its
add
girth.
a little water in there too.
We'll stick with some penis references here.
Yeah, we're looking at it. We're looking at the preparation. Yeah, it does look pretty good.
Very Chi-Chi-esque.
Yes, I agree. No, you know what? That would be worth trying. I think that would definitely
Thanks for
be
the
worth
suggestion,
trying.
man.
All right,
That's pretty
thank you.
cool.
Appreciate
Yeah.
it, bud. Thanks, Chris.
Maybe toss some bouillon in there.
Yes.
If you got extra.
Find a little use for your bouillon.
Bouillon as far as the eye can see.
All right. Next order. All right. A survey of 2,000 American adults suggests that the average person knows 15 recipes by heart. I knew you were going to laugh at that. I knew.
Does toast count?
And eats 10 home-cooked meals weekly. 56% learn about...
Do you know one recipe with 15 words?
Yeah, right. Seriously.
56% learn about new food trends through social media, and 62% of millennials agree that it says the camera eats first.
Oh, so...
you take a picture first before you eat, maybe? Is that what that means?
Probably.
So, I don't know.
Kind of stupid if you ask me.
Yeah, you know what? One of the hardest parts about cooking, or one of let me change that. One of the most impressive things I think about people who have especially made cooking their life is the ability to remember recipes, to actually just know them, know the measurements, or at least enough to put it together,
or that have enough
at any given time
to riff a recipe, to just kind of open up a refrigerator and go, okay, we'll do this and do this.
Yeah,
that I do not. I'm not even remotely close to that. I know a couple of things, but not 15. Certainly,
there was a really cool thing. I sent it to Marissa the other day. I think I sent it to Casey as well. It was from BuzzFeed, and they have these great lists on BuzzFeed, and one was 21 different cooking charts that you should have in your kitchen, and some were like measurement charts, like how many teaspoons are in a tablespoon, how many tablespoons are in a cup, and blah blah blah, and so on. And that's fine, and that information you can look up any given time with your phone right there. But there was a couple of really cool charts. One of them were the basic spice ingredients for various cuisines. So let's say you just want to have an Italian flavor for whatever you're making, whether it be a pasta or a meat or whatever it may be. And as long as you have the ingredients of oregano, thyme, and garlic powder, that is enough to get by on creating an Italian
Interesting.
This is it right here.
8 easy spice combos.
Yeah, it also has for Vietnamese food or Indian food or a Mexican food or stews and chilies and stuff like that. It's this really cool chart, and I'm going to laminate that and have that in my
wear it around your neck
in my kitchen. And then, Steve, it's at that point that you can play around with the amounts on your own of each one of these, and then kind of create your own version of whatever cuisine you're trying to make.
Can you make a meal just out of the spices?
No.
Oh, okay.
You need something to go with that, I believe.
Because it looks tasty what I'm looking at right now.
But there's, Mediterranean.
You're a big fan of Indian now, right? You're into Indian cuisine.
Yeah. There's this place in Harleysville called Curry Leaf, and their food is phenomenal. And I knew nothing, the name of one single dish of Indian food, and now we love this place. But anyhow, we'll see if we can post this because it's a really cool.
Oh, it makes a lot of sense.
Little chart to have, especially for people who just want to have some fun cooking and just play around a little bit. But anyhow, according to this, back to this, this survey about people knowing at least 15 recipes, or the average person knows 15 recipes by heart.
Yeah.
The question, it says, do you appreciate fresh or fast? And 34%. Said they are a healthy chef. 30% of the people said described themselves as a speedy cook. 21% of Southeast respondents referred to slow cooking, while 42% of Northeast respondents want their meals done quickly. So we all have
that'd be me.
Different. You like it done quick?
Yeah.
But like I was talking to Robert Irvine yesterday, we've been doing this sous vide form of cooking. You have to be patient, because it takes an hour, 2 hours, stuff like that sometimes. But the result is fantastic.
Right.
All right, let's see what else we got here. A food scientist at Rutgers has created a 3D printed low-fat chocolate.
Okay.
All right, the concoction can also come in any shape you choose, from hearts to bears. This option was created by using a fatty cocoa butter substitute. His team is also working on low sugar and sugar-free options.
Side effects include leprosy, correct?
Yes, exactly.
So this
By
is,
the way,
it's all 3D rendered?
That's what it says here. Soon you may be able to print your own chocolates from home. 3D food printing technology enables the development of customized edible products with tailored taste, shape, and texture, as well as optimal nutrition, according to the professor.
Valentine's Day was early this week, and I got this picture sent to me a bunch of times where this person was trying to make heart-shaped cookies, and they just look like ball sacks.
Yeah.
Yes, I did see that.
It's so good.
By the way, like sugar-free candies and stuff like that.
No. If you're going to do it, effing do it.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Does it even taste?
So
not really.
Some of them can taste. Some of them can taste close to it.
Like sugar-free ice cream. What's the point?
Yeah, I agree. By the way, going back to cookies for a second, and the charts that I had mentioned from BuzzFeed, there's a chocolate chip cookie portion of that, Steve.
Oh.
And it's how you would like the essentials on what you need to do to make them either standard, chewy, or crunchy.
Mm-hmm.
And it all depends on the amount of flour, the amount of fat, and the amount of sugar that you use in each. And they have ratios of those.
I'm a soft batch kind of guy.
Me too, bro.
Yeah, forever, man.
Soft cookies forever, bro.
Glad you guys bonded over that.
Well, you can be part of the club, too.
Absolutely.
I can?
Yeah.
No, I like crunchy.
Well, then you're out of the club.
All right. Thank you.
I'm going to start my own club.
Yeah.
You were in and out.
Crunchy
fast.
Cookie Club. Sounds better than the Chewy Cookie Club.
I don't think so.
I do.
You already have the shirts
You're
printed
not
up.
you're not allowed to be in my club.
Well, I
then.
don't want to be in your club.
Get the hell out of my club.
You want to rumble?
What are you, yellow?
Remember that, was it Chips Ahoy had the chewy ones that they were marketing for a stretch?
They still do.
Do they really?
They're good. Yeah.
I don't care for those because if I'm going to get a cookie out of a package like that, I want it to be crunchy.
You can be in the club.
All right, cool. But if I'm going to get, like, those sound and taste a little artificial to me.
I want my cookies to sound a specific way.
But I love the idea of the Wawa chewy ones.
Yeah.
I do love the Well, listen, I'm fine with a classic Chips Ahoy.
Maybe I want to be in
I'm not
both
a
clubs.
barbarian.
I want to hang out with all you guys.
We should have one big club. We are the world.
You do the Everybody Cookie Club.
All right.
I'll do the Crunchy Cookie, and they can have.
We are the cookie.
I'll have one meeting where you guys can all come, and then you guys can have separate meetings for your own clubs.
I think Nick is working both clubs.
Yeah, I am.
Do you prefer the, was it Keebler or Toll House? No, not Toll House, but they had Soft Batch.
Yeah.
All right. That was one brand. And then Chips Ahoy had their soft cookies. Soft Batch was good. Do they make those anymore?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you know what? That will be the cookie at our next meeting.
Absolutely.
Read back the notes of the meeting.
At each meeting, you have a different soft cookie brand.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, soft batch. Yeah, I don't think I like those either.
Oh, yes, I
Keebler
do
made those,
remember
yeah.
Kathy's in the club.
those. I'm in the
Kathy's in?
club.
Nice.
Yep.
Does anybody want to be in my club?
Nick does.
Yeah. I'll come to your meetings too.
Okay.
And you come to mine.
Guys,
All right.
just sitting in a room alone.
You guys would probably have to sit on the other side of the room from Casey and Steve, though.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not in the same room.
They would have rumbled.
All right.
We're at the Four Seasons.
Next thing. Yeah, well, I'll be the Rittenhouse, which is the other 4-star.
Ours has a pool at the top.
Yeah. Ours has. Shut up.
Ours has shut up.
I'm moving on. Casey, this is for you. An employee leak has revealed that McDonald's will soon drop the new chicken sandwiches dubbed the Bacon Ranch McCrispy sandwich.
Oh, is this their competitor?
Is this their competitor?
To like the Popeyes chicken sandwich?
They already have.
But this is the no, they already had that a while ago. This is the McCrispy Bacon Ranch.
Oh.
And the Bacon Ranch Deluxe McCrispy as well. Deluxe usually means lettuce and tomato, right?
Yeah.
Deluxe.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
You
Did you see
included
that?
lettuce and tomatoes? Thank you, Getty.
Both
We got Rockefeller over here.
I'll have the deluxe, please.
I ordered the deluxe and I can't find one tomato slice.
Both feature all-white meat chicken, bacon, and ranch on a buttered potato roll. And the deluxe, the deluxe contains shredded lettuce and Roma tomatoes.
Oh, all right.
Okay. I'm not a fan of shredded lettuce.
No? I love shredded lettuce.
Well, the reason being is because it's generally on sandwiches or something that I'm going to eat in the car, and shredded lettuce makes a mess.
Oh.
That's what I don't like about it. It doesn't taste bad. It tastes the same as regular lettuce.
You're going to need 2 separate lettuce clubs, too.
I know, seriously. Well, there's a lot of different lettuce clubs. You have Romaine Club and then Iceberg Club.
Bib.
Yeah, Bib
Iceberg lettuce to me has
Boston.
It's hard water.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
I have a question for the are we a noticer? No.
No, we're in the lettucer.
No.
A burger question.
It's the lettucer.
The lettucer.
The lettucer.
Admittedly, a specific topic.
May I make a burger observation?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I went to Shake Shack the other night before the screening of the Ant-Man and the Wasp, and they have a burger that was introduced to me by my son. It's the bacon avocado deluxe burger with lettuce and tomato.
Okay.
It was out of this world delicious.
Okay.
Have you had it?
I've not.
And you're a Shake Shack fan, right?
Yeah, and I'm
so you say.
I kind of stick with the straight ahead. I don't like to
Normally me
muck
too.
it up too much,
Yeah.
you know?
You don't like to get nuts?
I'm normally in the straight ahead camp too. but I tried this one, and it was fan-freaking-tastic.
Nick, I just had a conversation last night with Jace because Jace loves Shake Shack. He thinks it's like fine dining. He thinks it's the greatest thing he's ever had.
He's right.
And he was like, I think I want to try a bacon burger. And he saw that one on the menu, and he's like, I don't know. Do I do the avocado? What should I do? We didn't get it yet. This was just a conversation. So next time we go, that's what he wants to try, Nick.
Okay.
So I'll let you know.
recommends.
Nick approved.
Yes.
Okay.
Very, very good.
when you have the talk with him, it's about Shake Shack.
Right. I'm like, listen, pal.
Come in here. Can we talk?
It's fast food.
You remember when I had to take a dump at the loading docks over here? Yeah, it was a result of Shake Shack.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Shake Shack caused that demon?
Shake Shack caused that. Yeah.
Have you eaten there more than that time?
The loading dock?
That was actually the last time.
Because of the whole outside.
It probably
pressing.
there was
might have
something
been an
going on with your
anomaly.
system. There was something. You can't blame. Shake Shack for that.
Can I ask?
They'd be out of business if that were the
Can
case.
I ask you a question as well? Because not only are you the connoisseur, but you're also the noticer and the
Yes.
JSI guy and all that. So you're a wealth of knowledge. When that happens,
when you have diarrhea,
you tend to blame the food that you just ate, even though it's impossible for that food to make its way through your
that
body
quick.
In that amount of time,
So
right?
what is the actual cause?
It could be a multitude of things.
Yeah.
But we all do it. It took forever for me to go back and have lo mein.
Right.
And I was a big lo mein fan, but it took almost 15, 16 years.
Right.
Because I had a food poisoning event with lo mein.
And people will blame tequila because that's the last thing they drank before they get sick all over the place. Meanwhile, all the 15 or 16 drinks they had before that shot of tequila, they get away scot-free, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to blame the Natty Light. You're going to blame the tequila.
The soft batch Keeblers.
Yeah. So, maybe I will go back to Shake Shack.
I think it's more mental than anything.
You're back.
By the way, here's a result from a search. The Mayo Clinic Digestion. How long does it take? Says after you eat, it takes about 6 to 8 hours for food to pass through your stomach and small intestine. Food then enters large intestine for further digestion and so on and so forth.
So, all right. So it takes you through most of the trip. How long before it hits the poop hole?
It's a good question. But sometimes when you do eat though, when you take into your stomach, it will then act, as I've talked to Dr. Mike about this, it will activate the rest of your digestive system and make some room.
Yes.
Like that will cause you to have a bowel movement if you've eaten. So
it turns it on.
But now that doesn't mean that. How long before you visited the loading dock had you had your burger?
15 minutes, 20 minutes?
Yeah, that's impossible.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there was already something brewing in there. Yeah. So I recommend you go back to Shake Shack. What?
Nothing.
Okay. It's going to head us off in a whole other direction.
There's only so far you can go.
There's a present in the toilet down the hall.
Oh, my God.
And the toilet won't flush.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ew, is it your present?
Maybe.
All right. One more thing.
All right. We don't have a whole lot of time here.
All right. I'll make this quick. A survey of 2,000 U.S. adults aimed to see if there was any correlation between personality and a sweet tooth. Overall, 37% of people said they had a bigger sweet tooth now than when they were kids. When only identifying extroverts were considered, that number jumped to 49% or nearly half. 71% of introverts said their parents always or often let them eat desserts, and introverts are more likely than extroverts to order dessert when they eat out.
So introverts are more likely to have a sweet tooth.
I think that's what this says.
How does this correlate to penis size?
I don't know. Optimists preferred sweet treats over sour and were more likely to favor cake.
All right.
58% of all respondents say that they always or often share their desserts. Cake, cookies, pie, and donuts made the list for people's favorite sweet treats. So, yeah, it seems like introverts are more sweet tooths than extroverts, according to this.
Would you say you have a sweet tooth?
Very much so.
Okay.
And I've been, the past almost 3 weeks now, I have curbed it completely. I've had zero sweet treats. I'm trying to lose some weight before summertime comes along.
Right.
And
candy season.
and I'm doing well at it, but I've switched over to like grapes and strawberries and natural things, fruits, rather than eating ice cream, which I'm a fanatic for, or cakes or anything like that. But yeah, I definitely have a big time sweet tooth.
I have my demons, chocolate cookies, soft batch. I'm in a specific club with those cookies.
Preston, do you ever freeze grapes?
Yeah, they're great.
That's like a good.
Yeah, they fit in better.
Yeah.
Well, like trick your system, thinking you're getting a treat.
You know what? I need to
Blueberries are very good when you freeze them.
Most definitely.
Yes.
Can do the same thing.
Yes.
Too, so.
Ice cream as well.
Yeah.
That's the best kind.
I like it cold.
Yeah.
When it's frozen.
Do you microwave? Well, no, Cap, these random questions here. Do you heat up your ice cream a little bit before you have it?
Never.
I microwave it for about 30 seconds, 40 seconds.
No, I learned our friend Mike Strange over at Bassett's taught me to temper my ice cream. You just have to let it sit out. You got to be patient. You got to let it sit out for like 10 minutes, and then it's perfect.
I use a stone ice cream scooper, and so you just heat that up. Like you put that under hot water, dry it off, and use that. It works perfect.
That'll work too. All right.
If you can't wait to get into it, and you have to dig in right away.
All right. Time's up, gang. Thank you for stopping by the restaurant. We appreciate it. We'll do it again another time. And usually on Fridays when we whip out the Connoisseur. All right. We're going to break and come back in a second. We still have a really cool Word of the Week prize to give away. And yeah. Oh, you know what? Here's what we need to do. I said I was going to do this. We have the Preston and Steve skate date with rentals, and we are going to be, it is next Wednesday.
Yes.
It's going to be at the Delco River Rink at Harrah's, a Philadelphia casino.
I didn't know they had that.
Yeah, so we will be there from 5 to 7, doors open at 4, and skating to start skating early. I'm going to try to get there early because I love to skate, and I will take callers. I will take the next 5 callers right now, and we'll give you a 4-pack of admission-only tickets. This is with rentals, all right?
That's amazing.
And you can text word SKATE to 39333 for the link to enter to win that way. And you can either bring your own skates or you can rent them on site and receive a special offer for free admission to come back in February. It's from Flight on Ice, all right? That's the group that's hosting this. And you can visit flightonice.com to purchase tickets and for rink information. So we want to do this next Wednesday. We'll take a break and we'll be right back.
Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
You want to hang out with your favorite?
Pack up a whole bunch of stuff because you can go. You don't need a medical thing.
Yeah.
You can go and just
get it. You were in Moscow and Jerusalem. Spent some time there recently.
Yeah, it was my summer vacation.
First time?
Yeah, my first time ever.
I've always wanted to go. Always wanted to go to
Or
both.
as the Jews say, Israel.
Uh-huh.
But it was weird going there because it was basically, and every dude that I saw, I'm like looking at myself.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm Jewish. You know what I mean? These are my roots. So it's kind of like just going back to, I don't want to say weird things.
Say weird things.
No.
Because I've always wanted to go to Israel. It looks fantastic.
It's great. It's actually, it's not what people think it is as far as like being dangerous. You know what I mean? It's very... But, I mean, the geography of it is very interesting. It's Israel, and then you got all these kind of Arab countries surrounding it.
Yeah.
Heavily, though.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of Arabs that live in Israel that are very pissed off and bitter, which is hilarious to me, too.
Yeah.
Because they're basically... So do you know what the name of the Jewish money is?
Not off.
It's called shekels.
Oh,
How
sure.
hilarious is that?
Okay.
I mean, that's so Jewy just to begin. Hey, can I get some shekels? It's hilarious. You know what I mean? But imagine the Arabs having to pay shekels. They don't give me your shekels. You know what I mean? Because they're on their land. Like in the Arabs people's minds, that's their land. The Jews stole their land.
Right. Yeah.
It's all about real estate over there and religion and stuff like that. That's the big kind of thing where people are fighting all the time.
But outside of that, it's known for incredible resort.
Yeah, it's kind of like Miami, or Brazil. I hadn't been to Rio or anything but like that. But Miami, where people are on the beach, and it's like that's Tel Aviv. But then you drive about 40 minutes and you go to Jerusalem, which is the holy city, which is amazing, which is the center of the universe. And I didn't even know this, but this is where Jesus Christ was crucified. I didn't know that. I thought I'm Jesus Christ. I'm not thinking he's Jewish and in Jerusalem, and you know what I mean. I'm just like most people. Like, sir, did you know that?
The Rick and Morty shirt.
Come here. Did you know Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Where did you think Jesus was crucified? Come here.
I honestly had no idea.
Yeah, me neither. Okay, go sit back down. Sorry about him.
Because it's the Bible.
It
It's
ruined
the Torah
show.
part too.
I pretty much went there for my mom. I mean, that's why I went. My mom passed away. I was really close with her, and I wanted to just kind of like bring her to Jerusalem, and I wanted to be with her in Jerusalem because both my parents are Jewish, and they never made it.
No kidding.
They never made it to Israel. There's a lot of people that are Jewish that don't.
Did you plant a tree in her name? Well, that's kind of an honor.
I didn't know that. I screwed that up. Sorry.
You can go back.
I'll definitely be back to Jerusalem.
Besides that, and besides all the other stuff that's going on with you're busy, you have your podcast, you have all these other things that you're involved with.
Yeah.
And to the point of the documentary, is there in fact a documentary in the works, or is that just hearsay?
No, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's almost like it's got to be presented at the right time. You know, it's kind of like my agents have to present it to Netflix and Showtime and HBO at the right time.
You're a pop culture all-in-one. I mean, you were at the center of a lot of what, like before a lot of the. I was reading an interview with you, and you talked about running into Will Ferrell at some event. And, and he sort of gave you a lot of credit. Tell me what he told you.
Yeah, it was a Funny or Die event. It was like the birthday of Funny or Die, which is his website, which I do a lot of stuff with them. And
Adam McKay, too.
Yeah, and I came up to him, and he came up to me. It was just like, and he started mimicking me, and he started kind of like saying that I started it, and, kind of, you know what I mean?
So he was a fan.
That's nice to
he
hear.
was a fan, yeah.
Who's blown your mind recently about, again, like a Will Ferrell, or somebody just out of the blue, or somebody that you thought you weren't even on their radar came up to you and was a fan?
Oh, man. I don't know, dude. It's too early for that stuff. I can't think. I like watching Donald Trump.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just because I can't believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everything that happens in this, it's like it is a reality show.
Yeah.
Well,
we were talking the other day about there are so many reality shows that I just can't stand, and that people watch that they hate, but they still watch it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I don't know why people do that. My first inclination is to go, let's put me in a bad spot. Let me just change the channel.
Yeah.
Let me turn it off.
Yeah. You watch it in doses, and the whole Omarosa thing is hilarious. Like she was taping people. I'm going to tape this. I think I'm going to tape this conversation. It's hilarious.
Did you ever run into her? Because you've done your share of reality
but I knew
stuff.
Donald Trump from back in the day.
Right.
Yeah, because he was always around the girls.
And he was at the mansion occasionally,
Always.
right? Yeah.
And also Hawaiian Tropic down at Spring Break.
Right.
with Ron Rice. Hilarious. Vince Neil. It was Vince Neil. It was Jim Kelly. It was OJ.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean? It was
the stories.
Fabio.
Oh, my God.
It was the best.
That's amazing.
Dude, I want to see this documentary.
It was the best.
We had Fabio in here. He was awesome.
He was cool.
He was awesome.
Cool, right?
He was,
Yeah.
Because Fabio understands Fabio. He gets it.
Yeah, he gets it.
Yeah.
Jim Kelly, OJ,
amazing,
and our current president,
and
you,
and Fabio,
and Fabio,
and Pauly Shore.
They didn't like me because I was getting all the babes. They're like, "Get that guy out of here, spatch, bro, spatch."
I remember watching those and seeing you, and you were hosting contests and all that stuff, and I'm like, this guy's just swimming in it, just swimming in it.
That's how it was.
I know.
Back then. That's how it was.
What's happening now?
Now I'm just chilling, bro. I'm watching CNN,
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her, and the accent.
It's wonderful.
She's just thinking.
It's a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G on ing words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about herself. She said,
I was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
The glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass. Yeah. Just decided it'd be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
it does.
Oh, it needs to be a song.
Where were you, Auntie Saoirse? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called Farting in the Glen.
Farting in the Glen.
You know what? I want to let Marissa vent for a moment because she posted something on Instagram yesterday. I got a lot of response. I thought it was kind of interesting. And there is a movement right now to phase out some plastics that we use in the world to maybe cut back on things that don't biodegrade, and they're clogging up, they're getting out in the water, in the oceans, or they're filling up landfills and so on and so forth. I know they're actually in the UK, there's a big movement to get rid of the plastic tampon applicator.
Yes.
And
going back to wood.
No.
Ow.
Like George Washington's teeth. Martha Washington used wooden tampons. And they were not effective.
Well, they were balsa. They were very
They were balsa. A little absorbent. They left rings.
But the applicators, I saw Alice Eve, because I follow her on Instagram, had posted a video of trying to end that. So they would go with like a cardboard or paper or something.
My thing with these floating garbage farms that are in the oceans is that many times they kill sharks, Case. So there's
some good we might be overlooking.
That's what they're trying to eliminate, stuff like that. And I can get it. Your thing sort of actually, believe it or not, Marissa, hit home to me because I think I have a level of passion about what you're talking about.
All right. Since I was a little kid, I'm thinking second grade, because I was in school in the 90s and there was a big push to not have the refrigerator open for too long, to turn off lights, to make sure that you turn off water, to conserve water.
Run,
Yep, while you're brushing your teeth. I followed all those. It's stuck through my life. I walk whenever I can. I take public transportation.
You're like a contestant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire now.
Exactly. I will do anything to save the earth. It's just second nature to me. I don't even think twice. I recycle, I reuse. But when I drink a vodka water, I want to be able to mash the crap out of the lemon and lime that come in my drink. And with these gosh darn paper straws, they get destroyed. And then I have this mushy straw in my drink. And it pisses me off.
So the gist of it is you do not like the paper straws because you do not believe they are resilient enough.
No, they suck.
Okay.
Whoever's making them, they have no integrity and they fall apart. And I just want a plastic straw. I'm sorry. I love the turtles.
Why not just use a
Well, hang on, Steve. I would. This is the only time I've ever asked to do this. Can I come over there and borrow your reverb for a moment?
Yeah, please. Oh my God, it's a pleasure.
Hold on, turn it off just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, this sounds like a first world problem.
But we took a long journey to get to the point that Marissa doesn't like paper straws.
I just had a realization, Preston. This is probably something that I deal with 3 or 4 times a week. Is that more of a first world problem?
Yeah.
That I probably have a vodka water 3 or 4 times a week.
Well, your alcohol addiction might be the bigger issue here.
No, the raging alcoholism is a secondary issue. The waking up in alleyways and
listen. We
errant knife fights.
Have you ever seen people drink sodas or anything that comes in a bottle out of a straw? You put the straw in the bottle.
Yes. Yeah.
I think part of now, do women sometimes, Marissa, opt to not drink out of a bottle or right out of a glass because of lipstick and a straw instead?
Well, lipstick or staining your teeth, all of those things. Or my mother would never drink anything out of a bottle. That would, for me, when you see a bride,
Is it vulgar?
I don't know. There's just time and place for that, and I think.
She'd take the bottle, go over to the windowsill. There we go.
I love opening bottles that way.
Yeah. Yes.
There's a great scene in Overboard where Goldie Hawn comes back.
That's exactly what I
She's opening the beer that way.
Yeah.
That hurts your hand. Yeah.
Do you think guys would drink beer out of a bottle if the top of the bottle looked like a little... Wait, I probably shouldn't say it out loud.
Okay, I was... You guys would drink it.
I got a question. Yes, Casey? Something you want to tell the class? You think guys would drink stuff out of beer but look like a vagina?
No.
He's saying
I was
the other
going male
thing.
part.
Were you?
Opposite, every bachelorette party ever would buy those bottles of beer.
Right?
That's true. Yeah.
I'm sure there are things that are similar, but they people get picky about the taste of the stuff in the can and the bottle if it affects the taste.
Yeah.
Straws are just one more step.
Those are things you think about, huh?
Oh, it's just what,
Dear diary, I wonder if men would drink out of bottles.
Yeah, stop it.
If it looked like penises.
Somebody in this room had mentioned chocolate tampons earlier, right?
Yeah.
So
I was trying to help the health industry. And there's an obvious cooperative between Hershey's and...
Okay.
Tampax.
Well, Marissa has had it. I thought you would get more support on the phones, Marissa, to be
Not a
honest,
one.
on the paper straws, and it's not really happening.
You're a complainer.
I got a lot of hands up emojis on my Instagram, so I got.
The hell does that mean?
I don't know. People were
Give
like,
up.
praise. Yes,
Give up.
word.
Put your hands up.
Give up your stupid
Give
cause.
it up.
No.
Yeah. Praise.
No, like word girl, we support you.
Word girl. Yeah.
Oh my God. It reminds me of Pat Boone's first day in Compton.
Word girl.
Word girl.
Oh, I just hate these goddamn paper straws. They're so.
That's it. Word girl.
That's it.
Word.
girl.
Preach, girl.
Where is the Q in Q-tip derived from?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. It's a cotton swab.
Right. So a C-tip.
So I don't know where.
No one wants to put a C-tip in their ear.
I have no idea.
And by the way, Q-tip, you've done something to your product. You've cut some corners.
Are you talking directly to
Yes,
the
I
Q-tip
am
people?
talking to you, Q-tip. You've cut some corners, and I have noticed. But fortunately for you, you're still the best product on the market.
That's your fight song.
That's my fight
that's
song.
right.
1 second.
And I have noticed. Wait a minute. What is this? Is the swab part smaller?
No, the cardboard.
Medicated.
The cardboard is thinner. It's like they've shaved off a layer or two of the cardboard stick, and
Why do you go like this with the
I don't know.
cardboard stick?
I don't know.
The hell is that?
This part right here.
Okay, but
Yeah.
this
Holy
is-
crap, you have one.
Oh, I have.
Let me see.
Oh, Nick, you don't see it. He sits here while we're in the middle of breaks, and he cleans his ear.
You know what he's like, Preston?
Yes,
He's
you
like
do.
Hyman Roth sitting there.
I itch my ears or scratch my ears because they get itchy, and I'm.
Well, I don't care. Whatever. You're sticking that thing in your ear, and I turn over.
my ear. I got a little thing in my
Listen, man.
There's usually something in one of his orifices when I turn and look at him.
I got a bit of a boogie here in my
Yes,
nose and
exactly.
my ear.
Pick an orifice. It stands for quality tip.
We're
Steve.
bigger than U.S. Steel.
Oh, did you hear that?
What?
It stands for quality tip.
Oh, okay.
Q-tip.
All right.
And so you've noticed a diminishment in the quality of the quality tip.
Yes, this should be less Q-tip, less quality.
How about
tip.
SB, SP, sub.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. By the way, I was so frustrated. I didn't back sell the song that we played before. So it was Dave Matthews Band.
Yes.
Madman's Eyes is the name of that song. And yes, indeed, we do have a Dave Matthews Band Word of the Week prize, which could get you to two of the shows coming to town this summer, which, by the way, those tickets went on sale 7 minutes ago.
Whoa.
So get on it if you have not ordered those yet, and you definitely want to go. Before we do the Bizarre File, real quick, a butt plug. Kathy sent this to me. This is from Sean Lonergan, and there is an event coming up. It's John Trainer and Mike Moser are doing this for the third year. They're running 4 miles every 4 hours until they reach 48 miles. Starting on March 3rd. And all the donations go toward the Landon Vargas Foundation and help support children and families fighting cancer, a cancer diagnosis, to bring them some smiles. So do we have that information posted?
Yes, it's up on the community page of the website, and you can get all that information right there.
Yeah, and that organization is in memory of Landon, who passed away a few years ago. And he was a great kid. He was adorable, and the family is a really great family. So that's what that foundation supports.
Oh, and it's called the Landon Forever 9. So he was 9 years old.
No, he was 9.
Oh,
yeah.
man, oh, man. All right, well, we're happy to pass that along. And if you do want to help out in your community, our community page at WMMR.com is loaded with great events like this and events that you can go to and attend and be a part of. And usually there's a party and some booze involved,
You'll end
prizes and stuff.
You'll spend a lot less than you normally would.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, Bizarre File Stories. Here we go. Come on, man.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, I have a few stories to share with you. I'm just trying to get through this.
I just want to live.
All right, a man attempting to steal a catalytic converter from a parked SUV in Southern California was run over and killed when the vehicle's sleeping driver awakened and started to drive away. They were trying to steal from this guy. They didn't know somebody was in the car. Dude woke up and just took off. The death occurred in a retail parking lot Arriving deputies found a Ford Excursion partially blocked out of a parking stall, a man lying on the ground, and a smaller vehicle in the next parking stall. The Excursion driver was asleep when the smaller vehicle pulled up, and one of the Ford people inside got out and began sawing the catalytic converter of the Ford.
Jeez.
The victim woke up from the sound, turned the car on, put the vehicle in reverse, and felt a bump like she ran something over. She stopped immediately, leaving the suspect on the ground after running over him, and called 911 to get medical help. So the guy was pronounced dead at the hospital.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to survive that.
The other 3 people in the smaller vehicle were detained, and no names were released. A 24-year-old woman, this is wild video footage, was able to fight off an attacker who chased her around a gym at an apartment complex in Tampa last month.
This footage is amazing.
Yeah. Nishali Alma said, as soon as he was approaching me, I pushed him. I said, bro, what the F are you doing? It occurred at a gym at an apartment complex and was caught on security camera. She told deputies that she was exercising alone when a man identified as Xavier Thomas Jones arrived at the gym. She said she felt comfortable letting him into the facility because she had seen him there before. The man can be seen approaching Alma and grabbing her waist. She said, the next thing you know, I get up from doing my workout and I grab my phone. He just approaches me. Not a single word was exchanged. She told him to go away, tried to leave the gym, but he started chasing her around the facility and was able to grab her and pin her to the floor. She was eventually able to fight the guy off, run out of the gym, and called 911.
She didn't hesitate.
She never stopped.
Went after him.
She, you can see that he grabs her and she just starts punching him in the face, like repeatedly. Boom, 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 boom. And that's the thing. You have to keep struggling, fighting, and all that. And she just wore him out. The guy got too tired.
Couldn't keep at it. He gets her down to the floor, but she keeps wailing on him.
She said, when it was happening, I actually had no fear. I'm a bodybuilder, and I'm actually pretty strong. So in my mind, he was kind of equal to me. Deputy said Thomas Jones fled, but investigators were able to track him down and arrest him. 24 hours later, he faces charges of sexual battery, false imprisonment, and kidnapping. Alma said, I would tell every woman always to keep fighting, never give up. As long as you fight back and show them that you're strong and you're not giving up, I believe it is possible to escape. It's better to reach out to law enforcement sooner than later. The sooner they have the information, the sooner they can catch that person. Like during the entire time, like he's struggling with her, she's on her phone as well as fighting him off.
She's holding him. He's kind of on top of her, but she's got him in a hold that she's able to open her phone and call 911.
Yeah.
Right.
That's amazing.
And she said she was tearing out clumps of his beard.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
And so Jackson has Mainline United, his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gym, and they have specific classes for women and children.
Yes, very much so. All right, a 40-year-old Middlesex County man faces several charges after police say he caused multiple road rage crashes on New Jersey roads over a 3-month span. Mark A. Laurie is charged with 3 counts of endangering the welfare of others, 1 count of criminal mischief, intentionally causing crashes between himself and others.
Was he attempting to make lefts?
Most of the crashes took place on Route 1 in South Brunswick. And his deal was he would get in front of people and brake check them.
Oh, man.
And apparently he did this over and over. He became upset with another driver on Route 1 on November 3rd, eventually cut off the victim's vehicle, slammed on his brakes, which caused the victim to impact the rear of his vehicle. So, like, he didn't even care that people were slamming into the back of him.
Right.
Because apparently that happened a few times. And eventually they were able to determine that it was him. And they got this dick off of the road, thank goodness. So, but he was doing it over and over. Let's see. A man who wanted an early morning snack after a night of drinking has been banned from driving. Liam Smith in England was spotted on his stepmom's 3-wheel e-scooter with a woman on the back at 4 a.m. He was then seen staggering into McDonald's, and police officers called out to another incident. They breathalyzed him and found that he was 3 times over the limit.
I just wanted to purchase a McRib.
And he was drunk driving on a scooter, like a mobility scooter.
I'm borrowing this, baby.
His pursuit for a McMuffin has left him with a 2-year driving ban and some about $800 in fees. The prosecutor said while they're While there, police observed Smith driving the three-wheel bike towards them at high speed. A female passenger was on the back. Neither were wearing a helmet, and it came to a sudden stop.
Born to be mild.
The court heard Smith, who hopes to train as a soldier, had taken his mom's step mobility e-scooter after getting hungry following a night of heavy drinking. It wasn't an e-scooter often driven by people of his age, but the stepmother mobility aid bike had said he had permission to drive it. So,
and he wants to join the military?
But yes, he does.
The e-scooter division?
I guess so. And the drunk e-scooter division. All right, and then we'll do one more story and we will wrap it up. Yeah, let's end with this one. So more is known about the possible reasons behind a wild demolition derby in Orange County parking lot. Eyewitness video shows a woman in an SUV recklessly smashing into multiple cars parked at a business complex. She also tried to run over several bystanders who were trying to protect their own vehicles. Authorities now allege the woman, identified as 33-year-old Aria Alexandria Martin, was under the influence of drugs. Witnesses said that Martin was arrested. After she was arrested, she was brought back to the parking lot so she could be identified, and she was laughing. Video shows an SUV hitting multiple cars in the parking lot, smashing into one, then reversing, driving into another, and repeating that pattern like over and over. So she's doing this on purpose.
Yes, yeah.
Like ramming into cars, backing up, and going at it again. On one occasion, a man tried to stand in front of her to protect his own car, but she nearly ran him over.
You're watching the footage now.
On another, a woman who was standing near her own parked vehicle also had to run for cover.
Yikes. Just having a gay old time.
Yeah, Simon Wong says he nearly avoided being run over. He said, yes, definitely aiming for me. She floored her car, and she literally missed me by an inch. After she fled the scene, sheriff's deputies chased after her and took her into custody following a half-hour standoff. She was booked for driving under the influence of drugs and assault with a deadly weapon as well.
They said she's a member of the Hard Chocolate Chip Cookie Club.
The Crunchy Cookie Club, yeah. That's how we
Somebody
roll.
goes out to like watch though, like another person, and like they almost get hit, but they're just. I'm like, what are you doing out there? Get back on the sidewalk or get back inside.
Yeah, get inside if you can.
I mean, she's just standing there to watch.
And that is the last story in the bizarre file for you. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll get the lesson, question, trash, music, news, stuff to give away. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR.
For 2 years, disappeared.
I have heard this before. The original name of Q-tips were baby gays.
Now you're talking.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I know it.
Can you get those delivered?
Stop it. I noticed that there was another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Oh, our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across and became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet. Yeah. And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had three before. He needs this fourth $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher.
Duplantis
living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a 54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Bucksco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Bucksco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you. Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was?
Oh, that's Aronimink.
No.
Oh, Marion, sorry.
That's the one you just said?
Marion.
No, the other one.
Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bucksco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far. So I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So I will
ladies
go.
first is what we're going to do. So Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? Geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker! I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. the mascot one would find at that school?
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and 93.3 WMMR is part of everything that rocks. We plan to just keep on rocking as hard as we possibly can, and hopefully you're along with us. Don't forget Monday. I believe it is this Monday, the Bruce Springsteen chances to win tickets to the Bruce shows this summer. And yeah, so you need to listen for the daily Bruce Springsteen Grand Slam featuring a Bruce song at 9 a.m., 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and 8 p.m. Keep track of all 4 song titles and then be the correct caller at 8 a.m. the next morning for your chance to win. And so you can get the details, WMMR.com. There's also a cheat sheet if you need that information, and another chance to win there, too.
We're looking out for you.
Yep. Tickets go on sale Tuesday the 28th, so all this before tickets go on sale altogether. All right, we're going to give some other things away now, though. We have a lesson question, and the prize today, 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Fishing Show, coming to the Expo Center at Oaks this weekend. Nick is going to ask the question. What do we have today, Nick?
What does Gene Simmons like to drink after a long, tough day in the studio?
All right, 215-263-WMMR. What does Gene Simmons like to drink after a tough day in the studio?
Correct.
All right, if you happen to know that answer, please call now. We would love to give you some goodies, and we'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by 5 Hour Energy. Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, as you said earlier, Ryan Seacrest announcing yesterday that he's leaving Live with Kelly and Ryan sometime in May. Seacrest says he will continue to host American Idol and, quote, help discover the forgotten stars of tomorrow. Lil TJ gifted fellow rapper Ice Spice with a $150,000 Richard Mille bracelet for Valentine's Day, but insists they're just friends. Said Little TJ, quote, anyone who knows me is not listening to the Preston and Steve show. Hey! U-Star Penn Badgley says it was his relationship with ex Blake Lively that helped him avoid getting hooked on drugs and alcohol. Badgley says he needed to be in complete control of his faculties if he was going to, quote, take on that 5-star cooch. Oh, wow. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we need an answer to the lesson question for today after a long day in the studio. What does Gene Simmons like to drink? And we will go to Mike to see if he knows the answer. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, Mike, so what does Gene like to throw back at the end of a hard day?
Would it be chicken juice?
Chicken juice. That's right.
Hi, Mike.
All right, Mike, hang on. Got a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Fishing Show. It's coming to the Expo Center in Oaks this weekend. 17th through the 19th to be specific, and you can get the best deals on your fishing needs, boats, RVs, and more. And you can check out the 5,000-gallon aquarium full of local freshwater game fish and stop by the trout fishing pond On site, tickets and info at phillyfishingshow.com.
Now, Preston and Steve. Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
No, I'm not. I'm having issues today. I'm fading the wrong channels up and down. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. We're almost done. No sad bro.
No sad bro.
No
sad bro.
Music News brought to you by Cherry Roofing and Siding. You can get 0% financing and free estimate when you book at cherryroofingandsiding.com. Since 1975, they've been providing service with a cherry on top. All right, I have just a couple of stories here for you. Red Hot Chili Peppers have tied Foo Fighters for the most top 10s in the history of Billboard's alternative airplay chart. As the song The Drummer rises to number 10 for the ranking dated February 18th. That song becomes the band's 28th top 10.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, according to Billboard, Red Hot Chili Peppers previously held the record alone, but the Foo Fighters tied it at 25 in 2020 and surpassed it in 2021. You know what's so funny, man, is I never, when I first found out who the Red Hot Chili Peppers were, it was probably around, 1993 or something,
Okay.
like 92 or.
We first became aware of them?
Yeah, and it was well, maybe it was even before then, but it was before the album Mother's Milk came out, and I was like, oh my God, this is unbelievable. I love this music. It was crazy, but never ever in my wildest dreams did I think that everybody else would find
tie into it
awesome too. I thought for sure they were just too weird and quirky.
Seriously, War Child.
Yeah, seriously.
Back off, War Child. Seriously.
All right. But look at them now.
Yeah, I mean, all that stuff you thought was too fringe, and they're a mainstream rock band.
Yep. Case, we're going to need to have this audio ready to go.
Oh, I got you, boo.
If you don't mind. Coming soon is the new documentary titled Daytime Revolution, which focuses on the legendary week of programs John Lennon and Yoko Ono co-hosted The Mike Douglas Show in 1972.
And I watched it.
Well, listen to this.
Yeah.
So we'll see if you agree with this. So the Variety reported the 108-minute documentary, which has just wrapped production, uses guests, including Ralph Nader, to tell the behind-the-scenes story of the unprecedented week. While Ono and Sean Lennon did not participate on camera, the duo approved and creatively consulted on the project. No release date has been announced for the film. So directed by Eric Nelson, he said of the new documentary, he said, it's become a cliche that Woodstock was the defining moment of the counterculture. When I watch these broadcasts in their entirety, I realize that in reality, this week in 1972, when John Lennon and Yoko Ono essentially hijacked the airwaves and presented the best minds and dreams of their generation to the widest possible mass audience of what was then called Middle America, was as far as the counterculture world would ever get. He said that not just the music, but a precedent blueprint for the future we now live in. So he's saying that this clash of cultures at that time was a lot bigger than people might realize.
Well, so I used to watch that show every day after school, and Mike Douglas was I remember him being very cordial and excited that they were there.
Yeah.
Yoko did some kooky stuff. John did some kooky stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And John Lennon actually had some fun sort of highlighting the quirkiness. There was a thing where Yoko took like a teacup and I'm breaking it up into pieces and giving it to each one. And she explained something and Lennon was basically like, okay then.
Yeah.
like all right.
Right.
But they were having fun with each other too.
The couple was able to showcase the counterculture to an approximate 40 million homes each day. Wow. Introducing the masses to the benefits of a microbiotic diet, the cutting-edge comedy of George Carlin, the music of Chuck Berry, Black Panther chairman Bobby Seale, and political activist Ralph Nader as well. So they invited them as guests.
And he plays with Chuck Berry on the show.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
And Yoko sings.
Right.
He farted in my face.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Not now. Not in front of him.
Can we do exploding Yoko?
Oh, yeah.
I would love to do that. Who handles that? Is
I'll
that-
do the explosion.
Who handles
All right. Let me know when you're ready.
Let me get everything in place here. Where's my favorite explosion? And we're going. There we go. Yep, good to go.
All right, here we go.
Oh no, there's Yoko in my hair.
Yeah, there's a sequence where they're playing with Chuck Berry, and they launch into this song, and then all of a sudden Yoko grabs the mic and literally starts doing that, and you can see Chuck's face.
Yeah.
What the hell is that bitch doing?
Yeah, control your woman.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll fart in the mouth.
Yeah.
Will that help? I know you like that. And Mike talks, we got to go to break now.
Yeah. I will.
Fart in the mouth.
Anyhow, that's all I have in music news for you this morning. All right, Casey, give me something to give away. Oh, wow. Okay, Sarah Silverman is going to be at the Met on May 4th. And I have tickets to give away. They go on sale. They just went on sale.
She's going to be playing on Star Wars Day?
Go on sale today.
All right, so what is May 4th in relation to Ann Gorski again? It's not her actual birthday, but is it her birthday observed?
I think we celebrate.
Yeah.
May Gorski with you.
May the Gorski be with you.
All right. So anyhow, if you would like to see Sarah Silverman May 4th at the Met, we'll take callers 10 and 11 and give you those tickets.
Nice.
215-263 WMMR. Call right now and we'll see if you can win those. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. And our Word of the Week prize, we will give that away. What word will it be? Pierre's going to let us know. Get in. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Your name for a restaurant?
And has hosted both Kings and
Oh my God, what is
Preston.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat
Man,
backwards.
it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's a little railing outside, statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been there? We should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly
right.
where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
For how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
I better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh my God! Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pica's pizza is cut into how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you want to do.
There's the box.
Round, and
It's a
then there's
rectangular
line.
shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that right. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history.
Okay.
Of course.
For 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right.
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshamine's starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it, and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or you're just
say a
gonna
name.
Throw a name out there.
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right now.
You're up by
Casey's
90.
at 880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey, so no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
No.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yes. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right. Yeah! Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. Right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshaminy Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was You know what? And somebody sent me, not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80,
it's an 80
points separates the two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Can we just keep going for a little?
Well.
Oh wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
There's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today, Ken.
Go ahead, say the F word, Ken.
I know.
Sorry, you want to say it so badly. We can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Romano.
That's what Dennis hears around frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment.
Damn it. Damn it! That's the song. And they bring us up to the end of our broadcast day and week, by the way. And we've had a lot of fun today for Friday morning.
We have. Listen, the weather's sort of inclement, but it is, of course, no sad, bro.
No sad, bro. Exactly.
And that's a good thing.
The weather, by the way, the rain should be stopping shortly, and it's going to be cloudy. It's going to turn breezy, too, and cooler. As the day goes on, temperatures are going to drop. So you've already gotten to the warmest part of the day. Tomorrow we're looking at sunshine and cooler, high 46. Sunday, 55 degrees and cloudy. Monday, like 60 degrees.
Yeah.
Clouds and sun, not bad. And it's a holiday. We'll be off that day, by the way. And then Tuesday, 57 and mostly cloudy expected. So I would like to thank comedian Ben Bailey for stopping by this morning.
Hey.
Former host of Cash Cab, and he's going to be at Soul Joel's tonight, 7 o'clock. Tickets available through souljoels.com. And then we had both Noel Gallagher and Shirley Manson.
Yes.
Hey.
Shirley Manson of Gallagher. Noel has his band, the High Flying Birds, and they're co-headlining at The Man on July 14th, and tickets just went on sale at 10 a.m. And yes, even though Noel has his band High Flying Birds, he had said he'd be out of my freaking mind.
Yeah, didn't play any
to
Oasis.
think that people wouldn't want to hear Oasis while I'm there, and so yeah, he's going to play songs from Oasis, of course.
And Metric.
Yeah, and Metric is on the bill too, which is really cool.
They have a song called "Breathing Underwater." It's a great song.
I remember that.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Yeah,
nice. Pierre Robert is here.
And good day.
Nice to see you, man.
And to see you is nice.
No sad, bro?
No sad, bro.
Love it.
I have Oliver with me again today.
Oh, really?
I heard about Oliver the other
Big
day.
Yes.
You didn't learn your lesson.
Stop it. Oliver's he's out in the car. I just got
Oh, wow.
I gotta go give him a little walk before he comes in.
How long you
I don't know what the story. Did he put the dog piss in the studio or what?
Well,
No, he just
Took a
had,
dump?
No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. He spilled my coffee.
Oh, okay. All right.
The brown coffee.
brown coffee.
Brown
everywhere.
coffee.
Yeah, but it wasn't the solid kind of coffee. It was very liquidy. Coffee.
Why do you effing have to tell the truth all the time? Don't you know radio is about lying and BSing and making up stories?
So they say there's a saying that says never get.
But you people always have to tell the truth.
Never let the truth
Every
get in the
bodily
way
function must be told
of a good story.
Every conceivable excrement thing has to be expressed in full detail.
But in this case, the truth was the good story. So
Yeah. He's a good boy.
He's a good boy.
Adorable dog.
Yeah.
Nobody's listening. Don't worry.
Once I come on, believe me, I'm well aware that no one listens.
That's not what I meant.
But yes, he's here with me again today. He's an 85-pound golden retriever. He's a year and a half. He's still got a lot of puppy in him, and I'm watching him through the weekend, so it's wild.
There's something wonderful with when dogs have their special stuffed toys that they just got to go everywhere with. Right. It's just it's so delightful to see that.
Nice. All right. Company in the studio today.
Yeah.
We'll have company.
All right. I'm curious as to how this is going to go. You ready for the letter of the day?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
R as in Reno, Nevada.
All right. 215-263 WMMR. We'll take caller number 3. All right, and let's see if you know what the word is. Hang on a second.
I don't know what that word is.
Yeah, I don't either. All right, so what?
It doesn't matter.
If you have the word, whatever it is, then you win the prize. 215-263.
It's a name. I'll give you that.
All right, WMMR, third caller. You get to take a stab at this. While we're waiting for that call to come in, what's up on the show today?
More home and garden show tickets for you gardeners out there. Also, we'll do a block of Dave Matthews, as you mentioned. He just went on sale. And we will have one more pair of tickets, and we're about to give the grand prize away, which is cool. But I have Saturday tickets. Also, we have Billy Joe Armstrong's birthday, so a block of Green Day. And Bush is in the vicinity tonight. They're at the casino down in Atlantic City. They're at Oceans, along with Candlebox. So we'll do a workforce block of them.
Over in the casino.
They're in the casino. We're going to the casino.
All right, let's go.
Okay, hon.
Caller 3, see if we can get a word here. I got Kevin on the line. Hey, Kev, good morning.
Yes, that's right, that's whoa!
Yeah!
Well excellent.
That was impressive. Kevin, what is our word?
Cunar.
Spell it, please, if you would.
Cunar.
It is a sequel to Conan the Barbarian. Cunar.
The Barbarian.
Yeah,
I'm a Barbarian.
That is correct. Actually,
Great day in the Bravo.
Nick pulled this up. It is an actual word, and it is a Venetian word, and it means Pierre, to rock.
Really?
Yes, it does.
Cunar?
As in a cradle. Yes, it means to rock. Isn't that wild that you chose that?
So I wasn't on the crossover on Wednesday, and
Take credit for it.
Yeah.
You did this is all on purpose.
No, it wasn't on purpose. But I'm going to tell the truth now.
What do you think? He's a barbarian over here?
It's
Now the truth.
Cunar the Barbarian.
The Barbarian.
He's a Barbarian. They can't get Arnold to do it, but they've got Joe Schmidt to do it.
Yeah.
Right.
And he's going to be Cunar the Barbarian.
All right,
And
Kevin.
Anyway, it was going to be Cupid, C-U-P-I-D. but
Valentine's Day.
Someone went with an N instead of a P, and then that made a challenge for me, but I'm going to Cunar today.
Kevin, we have got Dave Matthews Band double shot prize for you. A pair of reserved seats for Friday, July 21st, and a pair of pit tickets for Saturday, July 22nd, my man.
Yes. Awesome.
Congratulations. Give us that noise. Kevin, give it to us one more time, that sound.
Yes, that's right, that's whoa!
There you go. Well done. All right, Kevin, hang on. The tickets just went on sale about 45 minutes ago, and you can get tickets for those shows at Ticketmaster. So go get them now. All right, I would like to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also, Acme Markets, Fresh Foods, Local Flavors, and Trinity Rehab, with locations all over and now open in King of Prussia, trinity-rehab.com. Next week, got some things going on. Our buddy Todd Glass is going to be on the show. Gina Gershon.
How about that?
Will be joining. The lovely Katie Sackhoff will be joining us too.
Amazing.
Jeff Devlin, our good buddy, and Jay Chender Skehar. Chekar. Chender Skehar.
Barbarian.
Will be on the program.
He's a Barbarian.
That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.
Cunar.
Nooch.